increase or improve capacities in this area. So we are very aware and we are very intentional as a country in building capacity for making sure that we have sufficient biosecurity and biosafety. We scored poorly in the last JE in 2017, but hopefully when we have the next JE, which is this year in September, hopefully we have improved that area. One of the aspects of biosecurity is being in public health and security, because when you start to talk about biosecurity, you're talking about intentional events where somebody goes and intentionally infects the population or intentionally infects plants or animals. That has spilled over in the area of security. We need law enforcement partners. So we need to have a collaboration again and all of government approach. But specifically, this is an important thing for the BSU, that will help us in helping each other use the capacities. You know, like doing simulation exercises. We don't know what security considers as violence, okay, as public health. So we could share information. How do we stop that? How do we work together? Do we have a very work plan that we can use? When we have a public health frontliner, how do I, when do I security or when do I suspect an intentional event? Because what I'm seeing is vaccine and I'm going to give at this point. But how do I suspect an intentional event when I report to security? Okay, so we need those capacities to be able to be shared across the community. And we are working on that, and we have a strategy that's been developing to that effect. Number two, we have the Central Public Health Plan. It has the mandate to implement activities around biosafety in the country, especially with regard to the safety with which different laboratories handle samples. There are different samples that go to different labs around the country. Some of them are very high consequence pathogens like Ebola, we have rabies, we have antibiotics, they are there in labs, resting on shelves. So how do we ensure that we have mechanisms to monitor how they are handled and to monitor when you handle them and how they are being handled? How to monitor the capacity for that to prevent this accidental spillage of this pathogen. Okay, so that capacity we have. We have the International Council for Science and Technology, biosecurity and biosafety. So we have different entities that are working together in this regard. We have it in our National Action Plan on Health Security, and this is a technical international health education. It is a capacity education building as a country. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for a very, very warm handling, because I think you have done very well to respond to those questions. Thank you, Diana, again for that very nice presentation. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Daniel Kello, the Director of Public Health and Environment. Because he has a vested interest. Earlier, health system strengthening activity you're engaged with us. IBI, who we've been working very closely with over the last 2 years, has also joined us. And one of the key people that I want to mention is over the last 4 months, we have been working with support from USAID to establish public-private partnerships and help desk officers in the other cities that have been established across the country. So we're pleased to also welcome the PPP desk officers from Aruba, Sally, I know you are around, Ginger, Manzaka, and Bale. They've also joined us to see how we do it in Kampala, because our plan is to actually have these in different cities, so that we bring the private sector together where they're actually situated, which is mainly urban centers, but starting off with the city. So thank you for joining us. We have exhibitions sold around the room. Thank you for the different patron members that have accepted to exhibit. And so we hope that members at some point will be able to interact and network with you. Nakatero Hospital, C-Care, Smart Applications, Amref, JMS, PSI, Accurate, Eco Hospital, Medical Learning Hub, Cambridge, Rocket Health, which is TMCG, Uganda Insurance Association, AAR Healthcare, Health Partners, Clark International University, Uganda National Health Consumers Organization, Uganda Medical Association, and the Pharmaceutical Society of Uganda. These are all just a few of the leadership members that have made all of this possible today. And we thank you very much for that partnership and support. So moving along very quickly, I would like to introduce the moderator for the next session, Dr. Miriam Montero, who is the CEO of C-Care IHK. Dr. Miriam is also a UHF board member, and she takes her seat at the front. I will invite the people that she will be moderating to say her time, but I'd like to invite Dr. Louis Bayo, the Immunization Technical Advisor for USAID Maternal Child Health and Nutrition Activity, kindly join Dr. Miriam at the front, and Dr. Ivan Sule, the Active Registrar from the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, kindly please join Dr. Miriam at the front, as she will give some few remarks, and as you join her, the presentations are already with the technical team, so we should move swiftly through this session. Thank you, Dr. Miriam.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. Our next session is going to be around the assessment of private health facilities. We're going to look at the current status of quality and infection prevention and control. And I'd like to quickly invite Dr. Louis Bayo, who is going to take us through the findings and recommendations for improving infection prevention and control, which is quite critical in making sure that we can run good healthcare systems that are sustainable. There's been a study going on supported by the USA Maternal Child Health and Nutrition Activity, and Dr. Bayo will take us through the findings. And then we'll also go through the results of the public-private collaboration in support of supervision by Dr. Ivan Chisule, who is the acting registrar for the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council. Then we'll be happy to take your questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miriam. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of us. I'm called Louis Bayo, a medical doctor, global health specialist. I work as a technical advisor to the organization with the USAID Maternal Child Health projects, but also I'm the technical monitor for the Ebola projects that have been implemented. Briefly about the USAID MCHN projects. This is the 5-year project, started in 2020 to December 2024. We basically have 2 result areas. One at above site, where we support the Ministry of Health and raise current helping development of strategic policy documents, guidelines in the area of maternal health and newborn nutrition. And so we escalate this to the regional partners working on the different hospitals. And then the other sub-result area is the KCC area, where we support improved service delivery, assist in the area of maternal child health, and newborn and nutrition, both at facility level and community level. So UHF is one of the partners under the activity, together with the Maternal School Public Health. We also have a CSO, Youth and Uganda, that helps us with the community level interventions. We also have a child and family. So briefly about the session, we'll look at the findings and the recommendations for IPC, specifically the lower level private facilities. Grace has already alluded to, the majority of the facilities we have, Kampala, 98%, are private for profits. But of the 98%, 94%, and lower level here, we are looking at 77 tools and below and corrections. Of course, this work will be working together with stewardship and oversight from Ministry of Health and SCA. Right. So in terms of background, as we all know, Ebola was declared in Uganda in September 2022, with Uganda as a epicenter. Kampala reported its first case in October 2020, so about 3 weeks later. The good news for one thing to note there, like Dr. Diana has pointed out, some of the global health security mantra prevents, detect, and respond. So KCCA was already well positioned to manage the Ebola, thanks to the leadership of Dr. Kelly and his team members. So just like the national response, and KCCA as well, the response was different pillars, nation, surveillance, measure, prevention and control, case management. So under the USAID MCHL activity, we supported the IBC subfield, that is the virtual prevention and control. We also know that there was an involvement of the private sector. If we all remember, the Minister of Health herself and the PS was able to hold a meeting with the private sector, just as the response had just been declared last year. And then as of January 2023, we declared Ebola free. However, activities still continued from what we call the recovery period, which is soon ending. Priorities for this one included IPC as well, but also building capacity for health workers to help in epidemic responses and other disease outbreaks. So as the USAID MCHL, like I said earlier, we looked at health center tools, drug shops, but also we looked at alternative medical providers, that is the traditional healers, the spiritual healers, and the other group as well, and that includes the herbalists. Next slide. In terms of the response, we looked at it in 2 ways. One, the active response, and some of the intervention to be able to have in place was what we call the IPC mentorships, and these were based on the standard Ministry of Health documents of IPC. We looked at geomapping of these facilities to help us understand the services offered in registration status, but also to help in surveillance. In case we had an outbreak in one of the small health facilities, we would be able to quickly locate what the other pillars. Like we all know, most of the community, when they fall sick, the first point of contact is at this level. So it was important to look at the health center to those people. Also, we did work on what is supporting cases here. IDI and the WHO helped support IPC activities at health center, trails, schools, and above. We were able to provide catalytic IPC supplies. This was really to, one, fill gaps but also to spur the lower level of private facilities to be able to start looking at IPC as an area of investment. And then here UHF came in handy in terms of building capacity. We had virtual platforms where we had ministry approved trainers helping pass down this information in terms of IPC to the health center tools and pilots. We also had on-site mentorships by our field teams, still at this lower level facility. And then after the outbreak, in terms of the recovery, we now focus more on the poorly performing facilities, still to help and improve the IPC picture. We looked at advocacy meetings, really to advocate for build the case by doing the IPC at all levels of care. Important to note that cases here in its plan, I looked at strengthening the IPC at all levels of care. So we believe we are all covered there. And then still to sustain the CMEs and start communities of practice, looking at IPC. Next slide. In terms of the processes, we looked at the scorecard. That was the main tool in terms of assessments that looks at the different elements of IPC, from leadership to training, the wash elements, PPE, waste segregation. So all those are captured in the IPC scorecard that we're using for the health center tools. We also have the mapping tool, like at earlier roadside. This we jointly developed with KCCA to help us understand and locate where our facilities are. And then a daily summary to help us have an action plan on the daily. This was really during the active phase of the border response. And then in terms of field processes, if you put on the hat of someone who works in the health center too, we know there are challenges of gaps in healthcare workforce. And so for you to be able to intervene, you need to create good rapport with these people, which was done by our field teams. But also we needed to schedule appointments where need be, including going over weekends to work with these health center tools. And then like earlier on said, we're doing assessments by the scorecard, which is approved by Ministry of Health. In here, we're able to develop IPC improvement plans for these facilities. We work together with KCCA and the structure of IPC learning from a city hall level, visual until cluster level. We're able to do joint assessments and mentorships for the health center tools. Health workers and proprietors as well. And then we also worked with other IPs, like we had IDA and WHO. We had daily data submission and analysis to be able to try and understand the response, but also have a data-driven intervention. Next slide. So in terms of assessments, at health center clinics, next slide. This is how the scorecard looks like. So at baseline, we managed to see over 2,137 center tools. So as of February, quickly there are the different elements that are assessed from leadership, screening capacity, PPEs, injection safety. As a city overall, for IPC, we're at 42%, which was quite low. And that is when we had the active Ebola. So this really meant that the health workers are at high risk of getting the disease, but also transmission to the community. Important to note was PPEs also lacking at 7%. But also holding capacity to be able to screen and refer these patients was also something that was missing. So the key here is that the relative, like we see now, the best like is a poor performance of below 50%. And then yellow is average between 50 to 79. And green is good performance, which is 80%. So at baseline, if you see our dashboard, we basically had red danger zone indicators during the Ebola response. Next slide. So we managed to do what we call follow-on IPC assessments. These were still data-driven, but also they follow mentorships depending on the gaps that we had at baseline. So for each division, we were able to reach more than at least 1,000 in terms of assessments. These are guided by data. Not each facility will have the same number of follow-on assessments. In total for Kampala, we were able to reach 7,696 follow-on IPC assessments. Next slide. So this graph just speaks to the previous slide in terms of deep dive. One, we are saying the exercise was data-driven. So for you to have a follow-on for a poor performing facility, it will be more frequent because of the gaps they have compared to an average performer with good performance. So if you see the general trend is that across the follow-on assessments are reducing. One, we can interpret it as improvement of IPC scores. So the need to one intervene becomes less frequent. This is really a summary of the previous graph. So we're able to have until at least 5 follow-on IPC assessments. Next slide. And then in terms of summary, having intervened, we looked at how the baseline picture was as of February. So as of June, we are looking at our dashboard, moving from the red metamorphosing to more greens and yellows, meaning we're having improvement in IPC scores. So we're able to rise from 42% at baseline to 74% as of June 2022. And then overall, most divisions were able to improve at least 70% in terms of average IPC score, but also the city as a whole at 74%. Most of the elements were able to improvements, but still what is lagging behind is the issue of PPEs and the holding capacity. Of course, some structure, for example, holding capacity, you may not be able to intervene so much in there. But some facilities have been able to at least create what we call a waiting area where somebody can be screened to let it take place. The most important improvements we've looked at, one was leadership, and then staff training as well. Dr. Tom earlier on alluded to the expectation of the ministry. So we have IPC performance at this level. Health center to in most of these facilities, which was a remarkable improvement that we were able to see. Next slide. So that was for health center tools. Now for structures, we are also aware that some people's first point of contact with the health system is structures. So the picture there was once compared to health center tools at baseline. Still, we looked at PPEs being an issue there. Training, basically, most of the squadron elements were lacking in the structures. And then the overall IPC score was 21% for the city. We were able to look at over 400 structures in Kampala city. Next slide. So this graph still shows the summary assessments that we had per division for the different structures that we had. Like I earlier said, it was data-driven, so not each structure will have the same number of follow-on assessments. But on average, at least 2 follow-on assessments for the structures. Next slide. And then similarly, this shows the trends. Still per division in that the follow-on assessments keep on reducing. Indirectly, that means the IPC scores improvement for these facilities. Next slide. We similarly look at our dashboards, metamorphosing from reds at baseline to greens and yellows. Overall, from 21% in February, we are now standing at 70% workshops with improvements across all the IPC elements. Next slide. And so for a high-level summary, for the health center tools at baseline, I will focus on the green. We just had 2% of the health center tools are having a good performance. But as of June 2023, over half of the health center tools are at 80% and above, which is the upper table to your right. And then we also see the red zone 64% at baseline to only 7.5% currently as we speak. And then similarly for drug shops, we see that we didn't have any drug shop having good IPC performance. But as we talk now, June 2023, we have almost 42% having a score of 80% and above. Next slide. So then from these findings, these are some of the recommendations that we're able to work and develop. Of course, in consultation and partnership with guests here. One is the issue of institutionalization of IPC at all levels, cluster level, division level. We need to have IPC systems in place that not only wait for the next epidemic or pandemic, but are part and parcel of the routine healthcare service delivery. Dr. Diana earlier mentioned that we have a lot of pocket expenditures, and some of these actually turns to poor IPC in our facilities. So we start to link, see, from our presentation to what we're seeing here. Secondly, in terms of our recommendations, is the involvement of the non-health stakeholders. This, with the stewardship of Dr. Kello, we're able to rally and bring on the leaders at the different levels to be able to advocate IPC as well. And thirdly, we've had of collaborations. We work with IDI WHO here, but I'm sure in this room we can have more collaborations, the medical bureaus, the different players, to be able to come and put hands together for IPC. And then fourthly is the issue of the essential. So we recommend linking essential to IPC for medical professional councils. And this is not really to apply the stick, but to help our health facilities be able to improve in terms of our quality of healthcare service delivery. Next slide. So the other one was strategic partnerships. Still, Dr. Diana talked so much about public-private partnerships. So here we are looking at partnerships towards IPC supply. How do we together, as people in this convention, as stakeholders, manage IPC supplies? Do we, for example, have a line IPC separates from other supplies within our hospitals? In the after action review of KCCA, it clearly came up that IPC must send its separate budgets. I remember Dr. Kello capturing that as a recommendation. So that's where it comes in as well in terms of how we have partnerships with IPC supplies. Dr. Toma, in the remarks from the PS talked about the medical credit scheme. This is one thing we can tap into in terms of strategic partnerships. And then we are aware that there's development of the national IPC strategy. So in terms of the tools that we shall use outside epidemic response for the routine healthcare service delivery, we also need contextualized IPC assessment tools for lower level for this presentation, but at all levels. And then rewarding people for good IPC as IPC champions. We have the annual Heroes in Health Awards. Dr. Trump, I think you can also start looking at some IPC champions in those awards. And then last but not least, ongoing capacity building in terms of CMEs. Still the Uganda Healthcare Federation comes in handy here. They have self-paced learning skill, modules that can be accessed by any health worker in terms of continuous CMEs. But also we look at support supervision together with KCCA, which we are doing. And we also look at peer-to-peer mentorships. And then last but not least, in terms of our next steps, so we're looking at managing the knowledge that we've been collecting in terms of the response. So currently we are developing the final steps of finalizing the private sector toolkit for IPC that all stakeholders can use and refer to, and not only for epidemic response, but also routine IPC in our health facilities. And then secondly is the IPC local management system for sustainability. This we are borrowing from the maternal children's side. We have the local newborn and maternity systems to help with maternal audits, perinatal audits. So we want to borrow the fancy. How do we manage our IPC locally? For cases here, we have the cluster level operations. Once at cluster level, what are the systems in place for IPC to survive and thrive? And then finally is climate change. The picture there was intentional. A safety box is 5,000 Uganda shillings. But if you go to the health center tools, in terms of managing SHAPs, we find health center tools with jerrycans. And how much is a jerrycan? 5,000 as well. So in terms of safety, we find that the safety box, which is the same price as a jerrycan, to be allocated for, but some of the proprietors, when we look safety box, they look at this as something very expensive, yet it's very achievable. But also we know that IPC behavior change, so we need this mindset change. As a delegate to this conference, we can act as IPC champions. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Louis, for the good presentation. Just invite Dr. Ivan Chitule to come in and do the next presentation. Please write your questions. We'll have a session for question and answer.
Thank you very much, moderator, for the invitation. Together as your chair. Protocol observed. Good morning, colleagues. Yes, my name is Ivan Kisule. I'm a medical doctor, an internal medicine physician, and I'm the acting registrar of the Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council. And allow me once again to recognize the presence of our chairperson, Associate Professor Joel Okulo, and also the presence of one of our council members who actually represent the private sector at the Medical Council, Dr. Yusuf Isogera. And is also the chairperson of the Inspectorate Quality Assurance and Research Committee. So the work I'm going to present falls under this committee. So I'm going to present to you the results of the public-private sector collaboration and support supervision that we conducted recently. Next. So as a professional council, that's the Medical Council, the Allied Health Professionals Council, and the Nurses and Midwives Council, we have a mandate to inspect and supervise private health units. This is by law. And that's one of our mandates. I'm not going to the others, interest of time. So we did this supervision together with the Uganda Healthcare Federation. And it was joint, meaning that we conducted it together as the 3 councils. We are trying to learn how to work together as the councils in lieu of the merger which you may have heard about. There are plans to make us one. So we think that one of the things that we can do together is to supervise health works units. Because in every health unit you'll find there a doctor, a nurse, or a midwife, and an allied health profession. So we have resolved that let's work together and we do some of the activities together. So this inspection was done in the Kampala metropolitan area, that's Kampala, Wakiso, Mukono, from 24th to 28th April this year. So what were the objectives? We wanted to assess compliance of the health professionals and the private health facilities regulatory requirements. And I've said one of the requirements that the facility should be licensed by a professional council and should have a what? An up-to-date license. We also wanted to pilot that the regulatory quality improvement tool, which I'm sure you all know about, what is abbreviated as FQIF plan. That was recently launched by the Ministry of Health after it was brought by UNHCR and partners. We also wanted to assess the quality of healthcare services delivered in private health facilities and determine the level of their compliance to regulatory requirements. So quality of service is a big issue, and it has so many elements that we are looking at, as I will elaborate later. We wanted to establish the feasibility of joint supervisions by the joint councils, as I said earlier. And indeed, we noted that it is very important for us to work together and supervise the facilities as a team. So what did we do? We did guided supervision visits within the health facilities. Some of you may have seen these people when they came to your facilities. We conducted face-to-face interviews with individual staff and facility in charges with guidance of that tool. We reviewed different documents like patient files, patient registers, and facility guidelines and policies. Then we did debrief sessions in all the facilities with the management team and made recommendations to each of the facilities on the key areas identified. What did we find? So we visited a total of 96 health facilities in a period of 1 week. We had 6 teams, and each team went into a different direction from the center, Entebbe Road, Hoima Road, Jinja Road. So we went through those main routes out of Kampala. And then, so one of the key findings, as I said, that a facility is supposed to meet the regulatory requirements to have a license. However, we found facilities operating illegally without a license. The facility which doesn't have an up-to-date license now, 2023, is operating illegally. Okay? We found unlicensed staff. It is illegal to employ staff who doesn't have an up-to-date practicing license. And others who are non-qualified. A non-qualified staff is one who doesn't have academic documents and who is not registered with the professional council. So if you employ someone who has just finished school and is not registered with the professional councils, that staff is non-qualified. And if they get issued, we don't treat them as professionals. because they're not registered with the what? The councils. We found an issue of absentee supervisor. These are doctors who commit that I will supervise clinic X, but these doctors never go there. They are not there. We ask for a report, the doctor has never been there in the 6 months, has not been to the facility. And this is a big issue which we are discussing as council to find a solution. Poor waste management. No IPC services and equipment. The issue of infection prevention and control in private facilities is a big challenge. As the previous president has showed the scores they got in the different fields across the country using the standard score cards. For us, we are looking at the basics of infection prevention and control. The standard precautions, simple things like hand hygiene facilities are not there. Waste management is very poor. Let me show you some pictures. Next. So this is how some facilities are managing waste under the bed. You can see needles all over the place. You can see how this person is putting themselves at danger of contracting infections. You can see what they are using for sharps container. Needles, they're in a box which are, even when. So that's how bad the situation is. In that picture, we see the waste bin, how do you call this? Yeah, so what they are using as bin liners, this is the bin liner. Then the other bucket is what's acting as the waste bin without bin liner. I don't know whether it's really bin liners are expensive. Maybe GMS will tell us. Then here, you can see how that's gone off. I don't know whether it has interest in the facility. It doesn't want to show it. Anyway, you can see how the safety box matrices are talked about improvised, though there are some which are standard. There's this habit of correcting these those containers for drugs. I don't know why they are kept. You find them accumulated in a room somewhere like that. There are also some who have, go back. There are some who have actually the 3 waste bin. But the practice of waste segregation is very poor. You find what should be in yellow is in red. What should be in black is in yellow. So the problem, and I don't know if the assessment noticed, is it lack of knowledge? Is it lack of equipment? What exactly is the problem? Because if you don't understand, if you don't get the root cause, we shall not be able to address the problem. So we need to do a proper root cause analysis. Come up with areas which need improvement and address them. But I like the last sentence he made. To us, we think the major problem is actually attitude. In quality improvement, attitude. If you don't change attitude, you can't improve. Why would someone who has the waste bin do not segregate properly? If they learn this in school, they learned it. But why are they not doing it? Next. So these are improvised waste bins and bin liners. Sometimes they say the supply is out of stock. I don't know if even in private sector you can run out of stock of these bin liners. Okay. And then disorganized work environment. You can look at the picture on the right. Things are disorganized. They keep bottles of samples for long, which actually puts the risk, which puts the life of the health worker at risk. So, the IPC practices are very poor. And we need, as all stakeholders, to find a way of helping private health facilities. Next. So what are the other findings? Poor infrastructure development with limited space. Clinics that are operating in one room. You partition, if there is a reception here, then after the reception, there's a consultation room there, then there's a lab there. One room for a clinic. Okay. So, no HMI is registered. The private, especially the smaller units, they don't have registered. And they're not reporting to the relevant authorities. So we don't get that information, don't get that data. Yet that data should feed into the national database at Ministry of Health. They usually say they don't know where to get them from. But I'm told these registers are free of charge at the division. The director will tell us. Lack of basic equipment and supplies. You reach a clinic and doesn't even have a BP machine, doesn't have a thermometer, it doesn't have the basic equipment for vital signs. So how are you going to assess the patient when you cannot take their temperature? You cannot take their oxygen saturation. Supplies, simple supplies like gloves, basic mainly are lacking in some facilities. Government drugs found in a clinic. There's one clinic we found with government drugs. Really? It is labeled government of Uganda, not for. So what is it doing in a private clinic? So this is a criminal matter, and we handed over this person to the police. We hope the police did its job. You may already be out. So, but members, please, let us desist from using government supplies in private clinics. There is no 5S philosophy in practice. 5S, we know this is a work environment safety measure. Salt, spent, what the next is? Salt, spent, shine, standardize, and sustain. You find the work session is all organized as I've showed you. Here there are needles, here they are, there's a baby's clothes there, you know. So 5S, I don't know how can disseminate this philosophy. It originated from Japan and has been shown to improve work processes and to improve safety. Okay, so if we are to embrace 5S, it will help us to have organized workplaces which are safe and actually influence patient outcomes. So this is something we also need to train about in private facilities. In government, we have tried. There's a department in the ministry which is doing this, but we need to reach out to the private sector. There is poor keeping of medical notes and investigation results. Colleagues, patients are entitled to their medical roles. You are not, they are entitled to get a prescription. Some of you retain it, you say you are not going to get it unless you buy drugs from here. But you paid consultation. So a patient is entitled to their prescription, is entitled to their lab results, and is entitled to second opinion. You cannot refuse to refer a what? A patient. Most workers we are ignorant about the SQIS tool. UHF, I think we need to do more sensitization and the dissemination of this tool so that health workers can understand it and use it. I know there are plans to do this over the media, and we are willing to participate in this. Yeah, because this is a very regulatory tool that can help us to improve standards. Most facilities were understaffed. We thought this was only in government, but also in private. Please employ doctors and other professionals. Okay? We have enough doctors now. Of course, issues of salary and compensation come in. But if we are to run quality services, let us employ qualified people. do not employ a clinical officer and masquerade as a doctor. If it's a clinical officer, let it be known that it's a what? Clinical officer. And actually, we found staff do not have uniforms. They don't want to be identified. Yet a staff should have a name and Kisule Ivan physician. Okay? So that the patient knows who is attending to them. But here the people actually can't know that it's a nurse, whether it's an allied person, whether it's a doctor, because actually they are dressed in the casual way. Civilian, yes. Some facilities are using different names from those which are registered with the professional council. One name that has been abused is the term hospital. Some of you have labeled your facilities hospital when in the medical council are not labeled, you are not registered as the ones. We are coming. Please change it. If you want to be recognized as a hospital, apply to the council for hospital status. Then we shall come and inspect you. If you are worthy of being called a hospital, then we can register you as the what? Hospital. And that now require you to register with your name with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Reserve your name, let it be registered, and we need you to come with that certificate when you are applying for renewal of a license. We found the health workers who are practicing outside their scope of training. Usually, male nurses, they act as, and even clinical officers, they act as what? Doctor. Even they put on a clinical coat which had doctor. That is the legal and professional and ethical. Okay? And someone should not do what is not within their scope of training. Even a doctor should know our limitations, the medical officer. Don't do things so, it's specialized. That's why I said it is important to refer patients. Most health workers are practicing without licenses under the disguise of delayed documents. This is the category of people who have maybe finished school, but they have not yet registered with the council. Maybe they are waiting for results. This person is not supposed to work in a private what? Facilities. Okay. There was irrational drug use, especially antibiotics. I've shown you the bios of ceftriaxone. Ceftriaxone is now the first line drug for cough, UTI. That's why we see patients walking around the street with cannulas. And I think the Global Health Security team should help us how we can stop this. And this is what is leading to antimicrobial resistance. If you want to build a patient highly, find other ways of increasing the bill, but not through putting them on IV drugs which they don't need. Give them these branded drugs which are more expensive than the IV. But it's not ethical to give it to overservice the patient. You put the person on a cannula, they walk around with the cannula, they actually get other infections. There are other findings, but I picked out a few ones in the interest of time. What are some of the challenges we face in doing this? High number of private health units making inspection and supervision insufficient. The director KCC has told me they have done counting of facilities in Kampala. They have so far got 1,900 clinics only. So you can imagine. Idea we should reach each and every one clinic, but we cannot be able to because the facilities are many and the resources are limited. That's why we are coming up with self-full assessments. Shortage of resources needed to do inspection and supervision. Of course, it's costly. Every day we can visit about 5 facilities. So how many days do you need to visit 1,900 facilities? We would spend a whole year doing that. Okay. Refusal by some facilities to be inspected. Please, when a person comes from a professional council and they introduce themselves and they have an ID, the Act gives me as the registrar the mandate and authority to enter any facility at any time. So you can say, please go, no. So please don't refuse to be inspected. Difficulty in closing health units that are below minimum standards. Some facilities should just be closed, but it's very difficult to do what? To close them. And even those which we try to close, they remain open. They remove their seals, they remove their padlocks. So it becomes really, really very difficult to close the facilities. So what are the recommendations? We want to do regular inspection at least once a quarter and also scale it up to other regions. So this is supposed to go through to be done in the entire country. And we are hoping we have regional inspectors in the different regions of the country, and we are trying to do this in each and every region. We want to come up with standards of categorizing private health facilities based on a level of service and distinguish a clinic from a medical center and a hospital. So the council has noticed this, and we are going to work on standards for private health facilities. What should a clinic look like? What should it have? What are the infrastructure requirements? What are the human resource requirements? We notice this has been a gap on our side, so we are going to define this clearly, so that before you open a clinic, you meet the minimum what? Standards. So very soon we shall issue that guideline. The first tool should be implemented at all levels of care and encourage facilities to do self-assessment to improve quality of care. So we want to disseminate the first tool, as I said, and each facility should do self-assessment on an annual basis, and so as to improve quality of care. The supervising doctor, we want to define who a supervising doctor is, and when you commit to supervise a clinic, you sign a letter. We have noted that this has been done for fun, but we are going to strengthen it. And if you sign that you are a supervising doctor, we want you to be working there. Or you should go there at least once in a week. You should visit the facility. Because once you commit that you are the supervisor, anything which goes wrong in that facility, you can respond. We deal with you, the supervising doctor, don't deal with the owner. There's one supervising doctor in which the facility things went wrong. There was a maternal death, and the supervising doctor was held responsible, and he was deregistered for 1 year. And when you are deregistered, you can't practice. We withdraw the license. So it has a lot of implications to be a supervising. It doesn't stop at giving out your license to the facility, but it means you carry the responsibility of the day-to-day activities that take place within that facility. I want to scale up the monitoring and mentorship at these facilities before we close, because we understand the value of these facilities in offering a service to the community. So closing them may not be the solution, but can we empower them to improve? And until when they fail to improve, that we can decide to do what? To close. That's why we talk of peer-to-peer mentorship. Unqualified staff, I said these are facts and should be taken to police. We want to establish a follow-up team, because like you see in IPC, if you did assessment now, you mentor and then you go back. But now for us, if we came last month, we may come back next year. So you may find the percent has not improved. But we want to follow up on the recommendations we make so that we ensure that they are fulfilled. And then we need to enforce closure of standard health facilities with the help of the police. Okay, we have seen some from Allied. I recognize the light from Allied. Yeah, those people, for them, sometimes they come with the police. If you are very bad, they close, right? And even take the people. We work together with them. These are some of the team members. Each team had a person from UHF, Ministry of Health, and Medical Council, and other and UHF. So we formed a joint team of 4, and that's why we are able to do this effective supervision and inspection. I thank you so much. Questions are welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Fufule, for very enlightening presentation. I'll just take this opportunity to say that at Care IHK, we've invested in a quality accreditation. We're the first and the only COSAS accredited hospital in the country. And if you benchmark with countries like India, where healthcare is quite big, most hospitals there are joint commission international accredited. And I believe as Uganda, we can also get to that place, but we have to start where we are very, very intentional about investing in quality, investing in quality management systems, ensuring that we are driving a culture of infection prevention and control, and making sure that we're changing the mindsets. Like Dr. Chisule has said, it's about the attitude, it's about the approach, and therefore mindset change, like Dr. Bayo said, is extremely critical. We're going to achieve improvement in infection prevention and control. So we'd like to invite the team to give us a question. I don't know if I have someone who will walk around with the mics. I see 4 hands already. So we'll take 4 questions at that start. So we'll take 4 questions, answer them, then take another 4, and then we shall close the session. We shall have a 15-minute break after this, before we come back to the next session. Good morning. I'm by name of Sophia from High Precision Diagnostics. My question goes to Dr. Chisule. You've talked about people who are working without being accepted to work by the Allied Health and all that. And my question is, these are students who have come out of school and we believe that they do not have that experience. And the only way they are supposed to get that experience is by engaging in the health activities. Because medical is mainly the hands-on experience, which is doing with the class theory. Yeah. So these people, I believe that they can be taken in as volunteers, to work and to help in the facility so that they can learn how they are going to do this as they look forward to getting the papers and all that. So in case of these people, how are they considered? How are they handled? And if they're not supposed to work in a private facility, who is going to employ them without that experience? That's my question.
Thank you. My name is Wanera Chadero. I'm the country manager at Medical Learning Hub, Uganda. My question is about capacity building, especially multi-degree education. In your submission, you talked about clinical officers disguising as doctors, but also there is a shortage of CMEs for allied health professionals and nurses and midwives. I can see that the Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council is doing well with CMEs, whereby a practitioner is supposed to have at least 48 points, CPD points for findings renewal, but also those 48, 5 must be for medical leadership and management. I note that other cadres, the clinical officers and the nurses are not having CME. How are we going to solve this issue? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Christine, and I have a clinic. And I would like to welcome Dr. Ivan Chisule to the Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council. You said you looked at 96 facilities with 6 teams in a period of 1 week. And you did some things, and there are some findings found. You found that some of these centers didn't have lighting, they didn't have staff. If they were there, they were unqualified, and there were no supervisors, poor waste management and all that. It would have been nice for us to know, out of the 96 facilities that you looked at, how many of those, what percentage of those did not have some of these things you're talking about? It would have helped you to know whether the people who were there before you came did anything at all. And then it would help you to know what you are going to do, where you are going to start, what critical areas are you going to look at. As clinics, it is very rare that we see people from the Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council come to look at us. Many of the people we see are looking for our team numbers, they are looking for our license, they are looking for trade license, and we don't see people for you. And if you do your findings and you find out why these things are not working, you can imagine somebody keeping needles under the bed. You get some people, they can't train them. Before you penalize them, train them, tell them what to do, how to do it, where to do it, and where. Some of them, especially anti-malarial, because people can't see the doctors, the consultation fee is 50,000. Am I going to look for that doctor who is behind me and I'm going to pay 50,000? No, I'm just going to go to a drug shop and buy. You have come in and look active, try to talk to these people and help them. You train them, teach them how waste is supposed to be managed. You can even teach them those things free of charge. Then when you know that they have not done the right thing, you'll be able to help them. Yes. When you have done your assessment and looked at the percentage of what is lacking and what is needed to be done, then you'll be able to tackle these things. You are welcome to the Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council.
Thank you. One final question, then we'll answer those before we move. One. Good afternoon, medical practitioners. Nadia Basara from Subi Medical Clinic. I want to talk with Dr. Chisule. We talked about waste management. Some of us are practicing it, as you say you want. But these companies that collect this waste, did you teach them on how to dispose of this waste that we give them? Because for us, when you separate them and yellow beans, red beans, and black and white and white, for them, they just collect it in one bin. Did you teach them on how they do it? Thank you.
Okay, I think you intend to take on those first, and then we shall go another round.
So Dr. Chisula will answer the 4 questions, then we'll take another set of 4.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for the question. I will answer some I request the chairman to answer, and some will do it in IPC, I request my colleague to answer. Yeah, but it's good I have 2 council members here. First of all, the question about working without a license. And you say they come to gain experience and they are taken in as volunteers. I said that, so how should they be handled? I said that the law requires that a person who is attending to a patient in private is qualified and registered. I know they mostly come in because they may offer, should I call it cheap labor? But that's what the law says. But I'll ask the chairman to respond also to that. So but we know that volunteering and experience is gained when they are working under supervision. But most of the time we find this is the only person demanding the place. So who is supervising them? There's no one. So we can't take it in this guy that they are volunteering and working under supervision when they are the only employee on a ship. So there's no one supervising them. A capacity building for health practitioners. It's good you acknowledge that the medical council is trying to enforce this. We require every doctor to have at least 48 units in a year. And we have accredited the number of CPD providers. And if you wish to be accredited, you can ask me for the process. Yeah, for the allied, good enough there's somebody from allied, he may answer that. But even before CMEs come in, the different cadres have their job description and their competencies and scope of practice. Actually, I sit in the Nurses Council as a member. The Nurses Council has developed a scope of practice for the different levels of nurses. Enrolled nurse, registered nurse, degree nurse. Okay, and I'm sure Allied is also has one that you'll answer. Unfortunately, for the doctors, we haven't developed it, but everyone should work within their limits. A medical officer should know what they can handle and what they can't handle. Out of the Dr. Proceed, I think I like the last part when you welcomed him. I think should have come first. But thank you. So out of the 96 facilities, how many did meet the standards? Now, when we use the squeeze assessment, the scores were between 18% to 55%, with an average of 37%. So when you base on that squeeze, it means that they all did. Okay, depending on what you take as a cutoff. If you take a cutoff of 50%, then you can see those which scored above 50. We are very few. But the majority of the facilities scored below standard. So we are asking ourselves, maybe the school standards are too high. And we now create minimum standards. Because when you ask you, do you have governance, do you have human resource structure, do you have policies, which the smaller clinics may not have. But we are going to want to come up with minimum standards, which even the smallest clinic should have. But going by squeeze, they all didn't meet. So they are doing poor, that's the reality. Okay? Very rare to see people from medical council, still chairman will answer. Why the medical council people? But I talked of the challenge of staffing and resources required to do this exercise. We would have wished to be there every day, but circumstances may not allow. I'll ask my colleague to talk about IPC, how we can train them, how we can waste management, how can we improve this? I know you made some recommendations, but if you could give us practical, like the topic say, practical solution for private health providers.
Thank you, Dr. Isaac, for the questions. If you look at the theme of today's convention, it's about sustainability of IPC. And from the different presentations we've had since morning, we have some of these solutions. So the question is now, how do we actualize and implement these solutions? For example, we talked of IPC local management system, which you want at cluster level. So wherever your facility is, KCC has 15 clusters, 3 per division. This is really to keep KCC close to the health facilities. So for instance, it will be done by knowing our IPC local persons in each cluster, where we know the phone collaborate in masters of waste segregation. The companies that we have to collect this waste. I'm sure Dr. Taylor can put in place a system that ensures one, we have the rights and affordable waste managers who come and collect our waste. That is still within the medical cases here. But at our own facilities, we need to ensure that once the waste companies come, the waste is segregated using the different bin lines because these same companies, some of them also complain that when they come to take the waste is not segregated. So it takes more time in a way, and they're also exposed to getting infections. And then secondly, in terms of still IPC, let's be intentional to ensure that the different cadres we have in our facilities at least are knowledgeable in IPC. One UHF has like self-paced IPC module, which someone can take at any time at the leisure to ensure that they go through this. It's built as part of their core competences, but also this goes back to our training institution in that we look at IPC as a core competence. So in the long run, this becomes a practice. Like we said, IPC is also a behavior change topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will request for Dr. Okulo to give some remarks to support Dr. Chitule as the chairperson of the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioner Council.
Request that I'll make my remarks to
We'll take the final round of questions, just 4.
Yeah.
Yes. So that we can create time for the next session.
Yeah, I'm Kenneth from civil society right here. Thanks for the 2 presentations, and I think they speak to the pathetic situation of quality of services in some private sector facilities. It's just a snapshot of the road that's there. And what I didn't hear is you speak to the legal framework, which is supposed to guide and help us in strengthening the governance. I wonder who they report to, and also if chair could speak to this so that together we work on this. The market is very big, as Diana mentioned, according to our national health accounts. We offer we attend to about 40% of the population. And providing a quality service that is well regulated doesn't take away the profit that we're interested in. I think we can still make profit. And unfortunately, what we've done with regularized private sector and not regulated it. If the 2 speakers, including chair, could speak to what are the gaps in terms of the legal framework and what would we do to strengthen this to improve on the governance of the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Uganda, retired public health specialist. I want to address myself is UHF as well as UHFs. And the private public health genetic desk at the Ministry of Health. See how we handle the issue of the quality of health care that is being provided. One time I was in cases here, and I think it was USA representing a call from the private health practitioner for support supervision. And for a long time, we know that the situation under the private for profits, private not for profits, is not good. So I imagine that the quest for us to do this support supervision is still on. Now, I have noted, most of you must have noted the president suffering with parish development model in relation to people eating the money, I think. Now, I want to share with you a few things because I haven't been put under that, because government requires that every parish development model committee at parish level should have
a public servant that has worked in government for a long time and therefore has experience. So in 10,490 something parishes, we are supposed to have well qualified, retired public practitioners that are working with the parish development model. Now, what I've learned in there is that it has 7 focus areas. The parish development model has 7 focus areas, and for shortage of time, I can only say those 7 areas address most of the things that we have addressed here. Only that there's no good coordination between us and the people who are managing that. So can I propose, Grace, I think it's Grace, where are you? Can I propose that they start the Ministry of Health dealing with private-public partnership and UHF who is coordinating the private, the profit and private ones. Find out what is in the parish development model, the 7 focus areas, and see if we can not find another strategy for improving the quality of health care that we're giving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Probably this question is for us as the Minister of Health, but also the professional councils. As I mentioned earlier, we have a big challenge with the reporting into the DHIS2, and especially for those facilities which are maybe even 10, 15 years old now, they are operating, they are offering services. There are no. Is there is the reporting into the DHIS2 and the eligibility criteria for accessing, if I may ask? Is it an eligibility criteria reporting to the DHIS2? Especially for those who are operated, like I'm sure there are challenges of the tools, the training, and so on. Maybe after like 1 year, can the facility report into the DHIS2? And then you go and assess again. And when you are now reviewing the last, maybe you will say that now for the second time of renewal, you need to understand whether you are reporting to the DHIS2. Because now we have only 35% reporting, and because of that, our statistics are skewed. We are losing a lot. So please, it's something which we can discuss in the council and see how we can work on this issue. Thank you.
Two more questions and contributions.
This is Tebajabana, Dynasty of Uganda, CSO. Yes, I would like to appreciate the Uganda Federation for this great opportunity. And also allow me to appreciate KCPA and IDI for the great job they are doing to the health workers, especially capacity building. My concern is with starting clinics. If these clinics, yes, you can start a clinic where, but how can we really benchmark on these already existing big NGOs that are really supportive and build the capacity of these health facilities that are coming up? I know you may be a medical personnel, you just finished your university, you want to start up a clinic. Yes, you feel you have that knowledge, but I believe there's capacity you need to establish on ground very well and see how you can deliver to the community. You can join, you can liaise with already existing big health facilities like KCCA, IDIS facilities, Baylor, and see how you can partner. And actually, we've been in a big meeting, but we are even finding a way how can we utilize the existing private sector to distribute ARVs closer to the communities. But if now we hear such coming up, how can we partner with you? And we really need to see how you come up and get this capacity building. Don't deny it. It will help you a lot. And even seek, don't really look at money too much. There is need to do community work. You may be a health facility starting up, look for donations, write proposals that you can help the community. And as you do that, you can still build the capacity of your staff, because I've had some of them understaffed. You can come up with a proposal. There are very many startup proposals that are needed, capacity building within 10,000, 12,000, 25, and build your clinic on humanitarian ground as well. Because if you see MTA, it has a foundation. It is money making, but also has a foundation that is on humanitarian ground. How can you do cost sharing, both profits and non-profits? Allow capacity building people, because we are humans, we come to your clinics, we need the best service. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Membo Kunamzimzi. I head the advocacy networking at Uganda National Health Consumers Organization. And I'm very happy with your presentation, Dr. Ivan. How I wish that build to continue as we're in that office. Be really honest. This is what we see as consumers on a daily basis. And we really wonder where we are going as a country. So my suggestions, one is if you could just, in whatever you do, you try to pick the voices from consumers and just people around the facilities, you just hear what they say. It might bring in another perspective which would be useful for improvement. The second issue is on medical form. This issue is violated by many hospitals, even these big ones. You go, you pay consultation, sometimes a lot of consultation. They don't want to give you the medical form, the prescription, just to hold you there so that you buy their medicine. Usually the medicines are very almost double the price at the pharmacy, or even triple. So I think in going forward, maybe hospitals and health facilities need to look for alternative ways of getting money from us patients, other than denying us the right information. I mean, we have the patient's chapter, we are going to have the patient's rights and responsibilities bill. I'm already discussing with these facilities and where I go. So we need to, looking really forward to see how we can dialogue and check, because we need this information for second opinion, we need this information for many other things. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We'll answer those four to begin with. I think the question on and the contribution of the parish development model, Sean Gray and the team at UHF will take that out and make sure that we are learning from them and think how best to implement. I will ask Dr. Kindly respond to the question around the startup.
Thank you. Just to mention one strategic partnerships. UHF is here, the Ministry of Health coordination desk for private sector and multi-sector collaboration is here. We have so many stakeholders here. And I think the person who asked the question, the name is from CS4. We heard that from the opening remarks, that is the monthly private sector technical working group. So such a forum is where we can raise these issues about the building of the partners in terms of grants and suitable funding, USAID has, I don't speak for USAID, but it has the strategic investments activity. So those are some of the things we can look at. Mainly it has been around food security, but also it's moving towards health. So if the CSOs are involved in our ministry, the Uganda Healthcare Federation, we can use one to address some of these issues.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions once again. The question on the legal framework, government. I don't know what you really wanted to bring out, but what I know is that we have laws that govern private practice, and one of them is the Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council Act, which stipulates the requirements. But as I said, we also come up with the regulations and guidelines on how best the private facilities can operate. Maybe the gap we have, some of you may wonder, why is the medical council not addressing the non-professional people? Professor Pali and the like, those who advertise on radio, those who market hubs. Our law doesn't give us that mandate. So they are not covered in our law, and we acknowledge the fact that there are some gaps within the Medical Council Act. And we hope that when the reviews are made, this will be addressed. But at the moment, we only regulate professionals. We don't regulate non-professionals. We also know that the Complementary and Traditional Medicine Act was passed in 2020, attended by the President, but has not been operationalized. So the Minister of Health has started a certain team led by Dr. Nambatia to find out how to make regulations. Because they're supposed to have a council like ours, they're supposed to get a license so that they can also get regulated. Because for us, we don't allow it to advertise. But for them, they're not limited from advertising. You see, so and they're pleasing the public, and patients who would have come to you are going to them, and they charge a lot of money. So I agree there will be some gaps in the legal framework, but we hope that they can be addressed. Reporting DHI into true is a very big challenge. Can it be a requirement for licensing? Usually, before a clinic applies to renew their license, they are supposed to get approval from the DHO or the DMO's company. And some DHOs request them to evidence of submission of reports. I think that's one area we can strengthen. I noticed some places are not doing it, but before the DHO, and I've discussed this with Dr. Kello, before the DHO can recommend a clinic for licensing, should show that it has been reported. I think this is something we can strengthen because it's very important. There's also an issue of IPC assessment before we license, you know. But again, if we also attach so many requirements, they may not come back to renew. Yet we want you to renew. So we want to reach a middle ground where standards are met and regulations are followed. Starting clinics, about this I also asked Dr. Suga, who is the private practitioner representative, to give his thoughts on this, because he has started one of the most successful facilities we have. So he can give us good live examples of how best it can be done. But we agree that we need to empower our health workers to go private, because still government is not able to take all of us. But if you can't join the government, then the option is what? And even you, the private, you are not able to employ all of them. So the alternative is self what? Employment. But how do you do it? Where do you get the capital? How do you survive? We have seen clinics open, within 1 year they what? They close. So these are real things. But let us hear from a person with real experience. Then picking the voice of consumers, you are very right, madam. We have noticed that our public engagement has been low. We want to open up a public engagement strategy, but we have a channel through which you can communicate to the medical council. And that is through, you write a complaint. It may be a complaint or a compliment. If you have an issue with the facility, please report them. Facilities, I hope you're not hearing. I'm talking to her. Please report them to us. You can write just a letter to the registrar. We also have a complaint form which you can get from our website, so that we are able to handle some of these issues. But also maybe should the facilities, should the medical form be given out, Dr. Super? I know you also have an answer to this. Where do you want to retain it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kisule. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe to begin with what certain gentlemen there talked about, had some what's called Ogweya. You know, there are certain things that we cannot compromise. If we are providing health care, there are certain minimum standards that we have to practice. Even if we're doing business in health, there are certain minimum standards we have to practice. And for example, if you are going to draw a sample of blood, you need a qualified person to draw the sample of blood and examine the blood. In some small places, you will find the nurse is dispensing, the nurse takes off the sample and goes behind there to examine the sample and pretend that they're looking in the microscope, which doesn't work. So really, there are certain minimum standards that we can accept. So, and it is very easy. Uganda is still a virgin place. The laws are still loose, that even someone who is qualified can find a small place and say, I'm qualified, I have, because to have a laboratory, it's minimum standard for a laboratory. The only electric thing you need, maybe just a microscope. You can have a centrifuge that you tie on a table and you rotate with your hands. So very minimum capital needed, as long as you want to be honest to your patients. And also, referral is part of treatment. You're not going to open up a clinic today and tomorrow you have a 3D ultrasound scan. So if a patient comes and they need scan, we talked about linkages with the units around you. You know that many units around you might have equipment that you don't have. Develop linkages with them, and then with time, and be present in your clinic. If you're present, the patients will know that you are present, and they always what? They know or your quality. The doctor or the nurse is always available for me. So you have to be present, and you have to be honest, and you have to take it slow. That is what the advice I can give you. And the things like infection prevention. A gentleman talked about use of the yellow box vis-a-vis use of small jerrycan. You may find that actually these jerrycans are used jerrycans that they come in the jig, and the health worker is going to get this jerrycan for free. So if you find us using those jerrycans, it is not a problem. Because I got it for free, I got my Sidex or I got my jig, and it is a used jerrycan. It has a lid, it has a small opening, it can still act as a shaft container. So that's why you find them using those jerrycans. Please, it is not a crime. And Dr. Kisule, which other question was it? The medical forms. I don't think that anyone straight, any private practitioner straight will hide a medical form for the patient. What we have to do is to be open. The UNACO people will tell you, if you are giving a bill to a patient, itemize the bill. Make sure the patient understands I'm paying consultation of 20,000, I'm paying lab of this. Some people, you just write a figure and you circle it, 44. What is 44? Therefore, if you write 44, you cannot give the medical form because you're hiding something. But just be open, tell them to access my service, you're going to pay consultation 20,000. If they don't want to pay for your medication, at least you have the 20,000 where? Already with you. Because you need to survive, you need to pay rent, you need to buy drugs, everything like that. So please, private practitioners, you learn how to itemize your bill.
Some places they say, here you don't pay consultation. Don't pay consultation, how do you survive? You must take consultation fees. It will help you to be honest and not to give safeguards that is not necessary. So that is what I can say. Otherwise, anyone who is straight will not refuse to give you what? A medical form. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the hand here. Can I use you? From a night. Okay, one from a night. Dr. Suga did say from Doctor's Hospital, Selumo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sule and the organizers of this meeting. I'm called Elisha Idikire, and I work with Allied Professional Council. I want to respond to some of the issues and questions raised. To begin with, there was an issue of reporting. And I would employ and share the same pain with one of the person who raised this issue about reporting and registers. And I believe as councils, we can work closely with the divisions to make sure that every facility that's opening up and those that are already in existence have registered. You'll agree with me that we are in era of having infectious diseases. We have had COVID, we have had Ebola, and some of the index cases have come from this facility. And if you don't have records, that can be a timing bomb. So as you put these facilities, one of the key issues and areas of requirement to be looking at during inspection is the register. And we can be able to track and see what these people are giving to patients. Because sometimes they go to a facility and they don't have any documentation, they don't have medical forms, they don't have a register, but they're treating patients. What are they giving the patients? So I'm not saying all health facilities, but some. Then CMEs, we as a line, CPD committee has already been formed with the different associations. And beginning next year, for somebody to renew his APL and extract, will be required to have achieved the CPD hours. We have already engaged some service providers, and come next year, we shall have this as a prerequisite for one to renew his APL extract. Unlicensed or unregistered professionals work in this facility. Just like Dr. Sule said, we don't say no to these colleagues of ours who have just come to the school, but they should work under supervision. And then the other thing you should not forget, there are litigation issues. If you attend to a patient and you are not registered, that is a very serious issue. So it is very important that they work under supervision of a qualified and registered profession. Waste management, I would like to request UHF that if possible, can we engage the companies that collect waste in these clinics? Somebody mentioned about it that they don't segregate waste. And many times we have gone to these facilities, somebody will tell you that when they come to take this waste, they don't segregate. So why should I segregate at the source of generation of the waste? But if you look at the chain of waste management right from the clinic to the final destination, where are they taking this waste? How are they disposing it off? If all the waste is put under one bin, we should engage the garbage collectors so that we are able make waste managers, companies that manage waste, so that we make sure that the waste is handled right from the clinic to the final disposal area. Somebody has talked about we intend to do a study of our clients out in the field to find out how they perceive our services and perhaps also how they perceive the services being given to them by health facilities. So when we get the findings of this study, we shall be able to share, because in such a way we shall be helping each other to improve
service delivery, but also providing services in these clinics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm called Sally Andezu. I'm a senior nursing officer and a PPH desk officer for Arua City. Mine is not as such a question, but just to submit onto the recommendations that have been given. I appreciate this presentation, the findings that are being shared about the strict supervision that has been done. What I just briefly want to add on the condition is that I know as districts or cities, we have the district health officer or the city health officer who are responsible for supervising at their area. But we have also realized from evidences that there's a big gap, a very big gap between the public and the private. So in this joint mode of supervision with the regulatory bodies that are mentioned here, the DHO's office or the city health officer should take key lead and be in this team with the group of the supervision, because there's a lot where when the district goes to supervise and it takes a few private facilities, the private looks at the public as fault finders, as if they are there to get faults. But we want that working harmony, working relationship when the DHO's office is responsible for those private facilities. They shouldn't look at them like only finding faults. And there's a lot that the DHO's office can do linkages for. One of it, the reporting that they have talked of, many private facilities they're not stable. Someone opens vividly for a year or two, and because most of the premises are rented, the landlord already disorganizes this person, has no next place to shift to. And if this person is already in the system, we have already put in the system already reporting. There's also where they analyze districts. The districts are also rated for that in reporting. So if one facility is deleted and every time you are reporting and some of the facilities are not reporting because they have closed their premises, it also gives a gap for the districts as well. What we do, the linkage I want to appreciate there is that this desk of PPH in the cities is trying to do that linkage for smaller facilities to link them to the nearest facilities. They can report through the nearest facilities where this data can be taken to the DHS as a district. You can be able to appreciate your data. And even in waste management, there are those whom we are trying to link to the nearest facilities that are having incinerators, which may not be the case in every district or every city, but there's that linkage bit that we can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Doctor, I have 3 issues. I'm Joseph, but the PPH desk officers, Mbale City. One of the things I want to react quickly first is what the allied supervisor just talked. I have a scenario where we had a clinic. It was a drug issue, and that is where the most issues are coming up. Somebody registered a drug issue, but he starts operating a clinic. One time somebody died in the clinic, and we found that the people who were running the clinic were just students who just got fined. So what they did, they covered the body and they ran away. And they left the lady alone in that small room. So I think, Doctor, there are issues still connected with the registration of these students as well. They claim that it takes long to register them when they come out.
Why is it taking long? Then two is the issue of supervision. The private clinics are less supervised. That one should be known from here that they are less supervised. You find the district is concentrating supervision closely with the PNPs, but when it comes to private clinics, they are less supervised. The reason is that the number of registered clinics that are which pass through the CHO, or maybe for us we say CHO or a DHO's office, you find that out of 50 in a year who register, we only find 2 coming back to apply for reporting. So once they are not reported, means that the supervision tends also to be very, very difficult for this clinic. So we have found that even if these ones who are reporting, they train the so-called HMI people today. After 2-3 weeks, you go back, the person has left, meaning the reporting process shuts down. So we have found the issue of I can say turnover of workers in the private sector. And the reason we don't know, but I think it's either payment, either sustainability, or whatever, but turnover of this of the workers is so high when it comes, especially those connected to reporting, because we always bring them on board, but they run very fast in the break clinic.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of you for a very captivating session. Thank you for the questions, the contribution. We would like to stop here and welcome the next panel to be able to proceed and keep time. There will be a networking lunch, and therefore you still have an opportunity to approach the speakers to be able to raise your issues and to be able to get support as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. May I suggest that we just stand up for a few minutes and stretch a bit before we get into our next session. With the stretching going on, I would like to invite the following speakers to take up their seats at the podium. Dr. Daniel Okello, who is the Director of Health Services at Kampala Capital City Authority. Can we also have Ms. Grace Chiwanuka, the Executive Director of Uganda Healthcare Federation, taking up the second spot. We can also have Professor Joel Okulu, the Chairman of the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council. And finally, Mr. Thomas Mugumya, the Program Officer of PATH.
I don't think you know how to stretch. You put your hands up to the thigh, all sorts, because we know NCDs are ripe among us. I wish I could find somebody to give me an energizer, but she's running away. But I think the important thing is for us to get the blood moving. We're running significantly behind time. But I'd really like to encourage those of you who are walking around to please make your way to some of the desks at the back of the room to see what is there, because a lot of the presentations are touching on what they're doing. So as you stretch, you can do that stroll while the speakers set themselves up on the stage.
Right, so in place of Mr. Thomas Mugumya, we are having Ms. Robina Ajok from PATH, who is taking up that spot. Right. So I think we have 2 more minutes. And then I'll call the house in order. Members, can you please take your seats? Please take your seats. Good afternoon. I think it's time now for us to sit. I believe we are stretched now. I've been introduced as Dr. Kelly Daniel, Director of Public Health and Environment, Kampala Capital City Authority. I had done a presentation, but I'm not going to make that presentation. From what has been coming through, I thought let me speak from my heart more than anything else. So I'll start with probably an event. Some things you may not know. Last week, Kampala had 58 perinatal deaths. I think last year we have been having an average of 70. So we are losing, as I said, 10 babies per week. We are losing close to 500 babies, 500 mothers per year. But each of those deaths, guess who is accountable? It is Dr. Kello, the Director of Public Health and Environment, who is supposed to account for those deaths. But I can tell you less than 1% of the deaths, as you say, will actually occur in the traditional public health facility. Again, I'm very hesitant looking at the health sector in a binary manner, where there is private and where there is public. Now, because all these deaths are occurring in facilities that probably I do not own, facilities where I don't even give supplies, but the adverse events I'm supposed to be able to account. What am I saying here? Is that we're in this thing together. And for us to get a problem, for us to solve it, we need to understand that in the issue of IPC, we're in it together. Some persons have been tempted to be defensive. But the worst thing I see coming here is we want to normalize the abnormal. We're in the business of saving life. Once we start normalizing that it's okay for one life to go, it's okay to put switches under the bed because of A, B, C, D, and D. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving in a very, very, very dangerous direction. So my appeal is, the issue of IPC, that's why I started with prenatal and maternal deaths. We're in this together. I'll give another scenario. You notice that for the major infectious diseases or pandemics, Marburg and Ebola, one of the case definitions you guys may not realize is the death of a health worker, not so? For hemorrhagic fever, each time 1 or 2 health workers are passed on, and there is bleeding from a person who passed out from any of the orifices, most cases it's a hemorrhagic fever. How does the health worker be among the first casualty? What do you think the issue is? It's IPC, not reduced sense of. But as soon as that occurs, what happens? As health workers even don't want to touch what? The patients that are coming later on. Because that index of suspicion will raise, and all of a sudden you remember IPC. In January, when it is declared, what happened? We tend to go back. So what is the context? You will never know when the next Ebola is coming. You will never know when the next Marburg is coming. Now, the context of Kampala is You are in a population with unknown risk profile. Someone now is coming from Karamoja, another person is crossing the border, probably from Beni, coming into Kampala. Any person who can, any place where you can get into the city, throughout, maybe I always tell people that through the night, that place is very close. So, do you know what the next person is suffering from? You do not know, not so. So why then do you put yourself at risk? I had put a slide which was showing the first cases of Ebola in this, that came to Kampala. You remember they first went to a private clinic where? In Kasanda. Then they came to a private clinic in Kampala. Then they went to the public facility. Where the people actually got infected mostly were the health worker. So what we are speaking about, and I'll say, is actually a governance issue. People will react to what you inspect, not what you direct. And that will come from the head of the institution or the person who is in charge. If you don't inspect whether I'm putting on gloves, if you don't inspect whether actually my waste disposal mechanisms are well, nobody is going to react to that. So I'm bringing it back. In the business of saving life, people react to what you expect. So again, the context in Kampala, the majority of the facilities, as we want to label them, are private facilities. But to me, we are all in the same health system. Why? Who is that person who brings us together? It's a patient. Irrespective of whether you want to label yourself, it's a patient. So as long as we realize that we are doing this for the good of the patient, that is when we know that we need investment. The last one, and again I retaliate, these things of weighing here. Imagine you have been accused of a crime, and probably the sentence is death. Would you want to go to a lawyer who has weighed here? Huh? How many of you want to go to a lawyer who has weighed here? None. Then why should you want this patient who is very sick to come to where? The health worker who has weighed here? Is that fair? I don't think it's fair. So ladies and gentlemen, just to conclude, we are in this again together. We're in the business of saving life. And as you will say, as KCCA, as to serve the population. And as that, one day on this side. And the beauty with the health sector is you're a potential patient. So you have the opportunity to do things which will save you when you're on the other side. You misuse this opportunity, you'll misuse the opportunities, you'll misuse the effect when you're on the other side. So let's use this opportunity. We are lucky, we are not like engineers who build houses which they don't stay in. For us, we build health systems that we do what? We actually use. So this is our opportunity. Let's use it the best way that we can. Thank you very much. I hope I've said this a few times and allow me to invite Professor Fuller to be with you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. You know, I was given a topic. What is the topic? And somebody flashed it. What I want to get through. Is it coming? Yes, it is. Okay, while this thing is coming, I just want to introduce myself. Joel Okulu, the chairman of the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council. A position which I've held for the last 10 years. And that really tells you that I know what is going on within that council. I'm also happy to be here with my member of council, Sobuga, who has just given you a practical experience of what it means to run a private institution. Now that's my topic, protecting patients and health workforce, how to navigate antimicrobial resistance and leverage vaccination. I found it a very strange title for me to speak on. So what I decided is that
I am going to neglect it and do it my own way. And the way that I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it the Okeno way. I'm going to talk. Forget about the slides. Because when I sat down there and listened to the presentations, to listen to the questions that are being asked, I said this is a unique opportunity for us to dialogue. When I say dialogue, it means that we are in it all together. And I would like to thank UHF for bringing us together and making it possible for us to listen to one another and to develop the pathway to perfection, which all of us agree to. So let me start by thanking UHF. We have worked with UHF for the last, how many years? You know, there are many. And we have walked this pathway together for a long time. And I want to say this, where the private sector has reached, it has come a long way. Many years before, private sector was looked at as if it is a body which is just interested in making money. And therefore, they are not supported in that way. Where we are now, we have embraced the private sector. And that is a very big plus. Because we realize that the private sector contributes almost 50–60% of the services that we do. But then the private sector is a very mixed bag. It ranges from IHK to where? Who else? What is the lowest level of private sector? Where? No, it's not drug shop. It's that mother and father and brother in the village who is taking care of the children and themselves before they are taken to the health center. That is a very important health provider that people don't recognize. And when you're talking about immunizations, when you're talking about what, and you have not been able to empower the household. So this is an area which has been neglected. And I think we must wake up and recognize that the private sector is a mixed bag, a very mixed bag. And therefore, if we are prescribing anything, one bullet will not solve. We have got to take into account the variations in the size, shape, ownership, what is the other one? Cultures, and all that kind of thing when we're talking about the private sector. Many times when we talk about private sector here, we are talking about the likes of Zambia, we are talking about IHK, we are talking about Nakasero, we are talking about what, but we forget the mixed bag. And that is the mistake that we are having. And when we talk about working together with private sector, I think we have got a tendency to prescribe for the private sector what they should do, rather than sit with the private sector and say, what is it that makes you tick? What is it that you want to see change so that you can be able to provide quality services? I was talking with my friend Suga, their private practitioner. I said, why don't we give the private sectors a piece of paper and say, what is it that you want to see us do together? What is it that is lacking that can make your work better? I think if we did that, we'll be shocked with the kind of responses that we're getting. And I think we better do it. Now, I've heard you talk this morning, and what you're talking about is quality of care. And quality of care, again, is a very mixed bag. There's got 10 components. But what we are talking about here today is the area of safety, and that is a very important area. Patient safety as well as the health worker safety. Sometimes we concentrate on looking at safety of our patients and forget to look at the safety of the healthcare provider. And what do we get? The healthcare provider falls sick and is not taken care of. You have had situations where some big healthcare providers in this country fall sick, and when they go to receive treatment, they ask to pay colossal amounts of money, as if he has not spent his life actually saving other lives. Where do we as health workers go when we fall sick? It's a big question that we should ask ourselves. Where are we as health workers supported to remain healthy? It's nothing like that. It's a no program. And I think we better wake up to that situation. As the council, we have got a major role to play in healthcare in this country. We have got 4 main roles, and I think Ivan just mentioned a few. One of them is to regulate training. This is a very difficult area. Regulate training, I'm going to talk specifically for doctors, but the same applies to allied professionals as well as to the nursing council. Regulating training, making sure that the medical schools meet minimum standards so that the doctors that they are producing are doctors that we can describe as safe. People, as I talk now, I can tell you, I am not totally satisfied with the quality of training that are coming from many of our medical schools. You can quote me on that. We have medical schools which are doing things that will shock you if you were to go and listen to what is happening in these places. And as council, we are working closely with them to try to improve the services that they're rendering. And the question I always ask them when we go for inspection is, this doctor that you're putting out, are you ready to present yourself to this doctor so that he can treat you? Many times when I ask that question, they look down. And when they look down, what does that mean? It means that they are ashamed of what they're putting out. People, we have got a big problem in this country. And unless we accept that we are making mistakes, and unless we accept that we are ourselves to blame, and unless we accept that we are going to work together to improve the product of what we get, the things that you are talking about this morning are going to continue. We have doctors that are being produced, and attitude is terrible, terrible. In my time, yes, there were some deficiencies in our employment and so on. We never went to the street to demonstrate. We never used abusive language to our supervisors. But the current lot of health providers, ethics, professionalism has been thrown out of the window. And we must do something about it. We must do something. Yes, they say medical schools are mushrooms. They haven't mushroomed. The number of doctors we are still producing per year is only about 500. And if we are going to continue at that rate to meet the WHO requirement, it's going to require it. So yes, the medical schools are coming out, but we are insisting that the product that comes out there is quality products. To this end, we are working very closely with our colleagues in other regulatory councils in the East African region, as well as in the African region. We have got bodies that we work with in East Africa, we have got bodies that we work with in Africa, and we are part of an international body that looks at issues of regulations. And we exchange views with each other to sharpen us. So that is one big area of responsibility of the medical council. The other one is, after you have been trained, is to register you. I'll give you an example. 2 days ago, they brought me a certificate to I just want you to listen to this carefully so that you understand the challenges that we have. They brought me a certificate to sign. Certificate that I signed gives the doctor a license to work in any part of the world. So I need to be very careful about what I'm signing. So when I looked at one of these, I found that the certificates, the degree certificate that it was giving us, looked funny. So I asked, this certificate was offered by, was purportedly given by a university. So I rang the university, said, is this your certificate? He said, no, that's a fake. Now this is a doctor, inverted commas, who had qualified, got a certificate, went and did internship in one of our internship training centers. And they said he has passed internship. Now, when we checked with the university, this guy has never been our student. When we checked with the internship training center, the names that he has given us doesn't exist on our register. And here he is sitting, waiting for me to sign his certificate. How many of those are actually coming through? There's a university along, what is that university called? Where they make certificates. NASA Road University. So this is a graduate from NASA Road. And I'm saying to myself, how many NASA doctors are here in the country? How many? How many NASA Road clinical officers are there? How many NASA Road nurses are there? We have a big challenge. So when somebody is saying we delay in registering them, no, we don't. We take extra care to look out and find out who this person really is. And I've given you an example of what happens. And the other thing is we monitor performance of the doctors to see how they're doing. And if you have the reports that we are getting from IVA about the visits to the various clinics, you can see that we have a big problem. We have a big problem. Those clinics being run purportedly by doctors who are never there, and they're drawing salaries maybe from those poor little clinics. It's false. Maybe some of those doctors are actually sitting in this room now. I ask you to look at yourself in your own mirror, using your own eyes, and see whether you are perpetuating problems in this country in the medical field. We receive many complaints, either through newspapers or something else, about negligence. And that is again a very major area of our work. Difficult, because when we do it, we are like a court. We are able to obtain data, call witnesses, and so on and so forth. This takes time. You know very well how long when you take a case to court out takes. It takes time. And the sad thing about our council is that we are a very lean body, very lean body. We have a budget, if we are to run properly, of about 8 billion shillings. But what are we working with? About 1.8. And where does that money come from? It comes from the fees that we levy to the doctors. Government gives us about 0.3% of what we need to run ourselves. So if you ask, where are you people? Now you understand. We cannot be everywhere because we are very few. But we are hoping that somebody is listening. But at this stage, I would like to thank all our partners that have partnered with us to make our work meaningful, effective, and enjoyable. KCCA is one of such a body because we work very closely with this KCCA because course, majority of the private clinics are with us here in Kampala. And the DHOs, we also work very closely with them. We'd like to thank them for the work that they do. But I would be complete if I didn't talk about this group called drug shops. You know, I had a World Bank grant to study drug shops, and we went throughout the country checking on the drug shops. Drug shops can be a very useful body, but they have turned out to be a death trap for many people. Why? If you look at what Ivan was saying about some of the places that are drug shops, what is patient care doing in drug shops? If they're drug shops, they're supposed to be drug shops, but they have now turned out to be healthcare centers. And who do you find there? You'll find that I put there my aunts who stop in B6. The other day I went home in my village, and one of my nieces came and said, I had malaria. And I said, and it is not getting better. I said, what drug did they give you? He said, where did you go? I said, I went to the drug shop. What drug did they give you for malaria? It's a drug they gave me, but it is causing me to pass a lot of urine. Are you hearing that? What drug was that? He had got a license for treating malaria. That is the kind of drug shops we have. You go in there and then the patients go and say, give me one black and red. Or other time it used to be tetracycline. Give me yellow and what's the other color? Yellow and red. How many? 3. And here you are talking about drug resistance. What have you done at that level? Do you know where the source of that drug resistance is coming from? It's right down there. And of course, some of us who are even more educated are not any better. I think Ivan was telling you about people walking around with cannulas. What is in that cannula? I've never, maybe some physicians would help us understand this. Because in my time, we never had those cannulas. Were we doing better, worse of that today? No. In fact, I'm proud to say that our generation were real doctors, not Google doctors. Recently, we celebrated our 50 years in medical practice. And I really thank God for that. But I get pained every day when I see what is going on. And we are responsible for it. We are responsible for it. And we must stand up and be counted. If we are going to sit and have these conferences on this and talk, take tea and lunch and so on and go back and do the same thing that we are doing before, we are failing our maker. As medical workers, we have a calling. And I always say that we are an extension of God's creation. That God created the world, gave man authority to do what? To be stewards. Are we good stewards of our people? If we can ask those hard questions and look at ourselves and do self-examination, we can see that we are failing our Creator. I know there are many Christians here and many Muslims here who talk about the Creator. You know what I'm talking about. Are we failing Him? The answer is yes. Can we do something about it? The answer is yes. But many times we are looking up to the government to do it. And you've seen what government is doing. They've got limited resources. They don't even make it any better by giving those limited resources the amount that they're giving to the health sector. It's quite small. But how can we use that amount more effectively and more efficiently? The answer is with us. Let us do our best not to make God say he feels sorry that he has made man, that he feels sorry that he has made us medical workers. I just want to end by saying we have developed a tool which is called Squeeze. I was at the center of developing that tool. We have developed a national referral system. I was at the center of that development. Let us use it. Squeeze is a tool of quality improvement. It's applicable at all levels. You can even apply it at your own home if you look at the context of that. I mean, somebody is saying my facility is too small for you to be talking about governance. No. Governance, even in your own home, you're talking about governance. Your wife, your husband, your children. There's governance issues. So let us embrace it, Squeeze, and understand it, use it, promote it. If there are challenges, bring out the issues about it so that we can make it even better. We have a national referral system, and I don't know how many of you know about it. The danger that we have in private practice is that you get a patient and hold on to it. Sorry, not it. Hold on to it. It is when things are falling apart that you call an ambulance. No matter. The death rate in our national referral hospitals are so high because the people who are going there are people who have been spoiled by our intervention. And when they go there, it's late. My appeal to you people, let us work together to ensure that the quality of care that we give in our facilities is something that we can be proud of. Let us recognize that many people come to our private facilities before they end up in the public facilities. There's a group of people that we talked about. Those are the families. My friend, those guys are here to stay. Let us find out how we can work with them, how we can make them better. Because they're not going to go away. It's like somebody was saying about Christians. They are Christians on Sunday, and the rest of the week they are not Christians. There are many of us doctors who are doctors during the day, in the evening, they are with the families. So let us find a way of making them understand where we are. I was happy to hear that there are some families which say, where have you been? Have they referred you? And so on. They are there. But let us also know that there are certain families who get potent drugs, put it in their house, and no, it's a difficult work. But I think if we put our minds together and say we are going to work together, we can make a difference. And as Obama says, yes, we can. Thank you.
I think that has been very powerful. We have learned to be flexible. So you can see this session has responded to the needs that were coming out in the previous section. So bear with us if you find that we are not following the program as it is. Allow me to call Grace Chuanuka to go through our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Okello. Following Dr. Okulo is always very difficult. And then first there was Dr. Okello, then there was Dr. Okulo. So it's a very tricky thing to try and speak off the top of your head after following all that information and all that talent. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask that you allow me to run through this very fast, just because I don't want to forget anything. The team that helped me put this together
made sure that they looked at the entire agenda as we developed it. I know we're trying to catch time and dedicate as much as time as possible to the question. So as Dennis just helps me set up here, I wanted to highlight that as Uganda Healthcare Federation, while we were fortunate enough to network with all of you to bring you here today, I wanted to also highlight that we also do a number of other things. We not only convene, but we also coordinate, we also implement programs, we also try and do capacity building. So all the things that have been mentioned, even around the parish development model, we're going to see what we can do to make sure that we accommodate as many of your requests and recommendations as possible. So as the system catches up with me, I'm going to race through to say that the case has been made today. A number of IPC assessments have been done, and the scores are not very good. The scores are not very good, and the areas of improvement have been highlighted, and the gaps are very clear. A lot of mentorship has been discussed, and CMAs have been given, and the recommendations have been made, even right here from all the participants. But what is the real problem at hand? The problem is that the guidance on IPC comes inconsistently, which I think some of the PPP desk officers mentioned that the interventions tend to speak mainly to public facilities and PLFPs. And a lot of the ideas and interventions also cost money, but the revenues are very low. I think for those of you who are familiar with the business operations of at your facility, you will know that the margins are very, very thin. So when people say private facilities are making profits, they clearly need to look a bit more closely to the business operations in these private facilities. But then we also need to look at staffing and operational costs and how they're increasing. Recently, I was engaged by a couple of groups who said they wanted to increase the salaries for health workers in private facilities. And I said, but have you looked at what those margins are already and what the operations are financially and from a business point of view? Because yes, you can be a health worker and you want to get paid more, but you can get paid more at the cost of your facility continue to exist. So there's a lot of pressure also not to increase prices and to increase this cost increment. So how do we balance that? And so we, as UHF, looked at the data, and it's unfortunate it's not showing here. But over the last 4 or 5 months, we have engaged 1,000 private practitioners in Kampala across the 5 different divisions, just as a sample to see what is going to happen in the other cities, and to understand when proprietors are looking at their operations and are looking at investments, how are they thinking, what is the thought process? And through that engagement, we noticed that 97% of the proprietors are health professionals. 66% actually manage those facilities. And while they only 60% manage, 90% actually work at the facility full time. So how do we use this information? If 85% of the proprietors are also willing to invest in IPC, we looked at the limitations and engaged them. What is the challenge in your investing in IPC? Because we've had that conversation today. We've said IPC is a problem. Many people were scoring, I think in some assessments, even 3%, 0%, when it came to what they have in place to manage IPC. And we saw that of the facilities, with those 900 facilities, just about 700 said they lacked financing. They said that they just simply do not have the money to put into what we're saying they need to do to address the IPC gaps that Dr. Okello has talked about, Dr. Okulo has talked about, Dr. Ali has talked about, Dr. Suga has talked about, Dr. Tusule, everybody has said things need to get done, but they just don't have that money. And then when we went further and said, okay, we don't want to go here, but what can we do? How much do you have at hand? Because it's been in our homes, when we run out of food, we say, what can we get? Maybe some bread or maybe some portion. How do we adjust our budget? And they said, maybe I have 50,000 is what I can put to an IPC. So we said, that's okay, a starting point. And we had them in different gradients. Actually, 555 of those 900 said they have just under 50,000 shillings that they can 100% guarantee that they're willing to put into IPC. Then we said, okay, if we were to tell you to increase that amount, and we gave you a payment plan or some sort of credit terms, how much time would you need to pay back that 500,000 or that 400,000 or even that 2 million shillings that we're saying you can invest in an autoclave or in waste management or in safety boxes, how much time would you need? Out of those 996, 540 said they needed between 6 to 12 months to pay back. 172 actually said they're not interested in IPC items. And so those are the ones actually we're going to really focus on with the team, because there seems to be a need for alignment on emphasis on where we need to focus. But then we went further and said, what is the need? Where would you actually invest that money? And they said, some of them said simple things like gloves, simple things like waste segregation bins, temperature guns, sanitizers, hand washing facilities. These are people between 300 to 400 of those 900 highlighted those items: disinfectant, safety boxes, masks, IPC charts, even gumboots. But the interesting thing is that over 791 of those 900 said they would actually invest in more than one IPC intervention if they were given an opportunity to invest. So what happens now, and I come to the end of this is really where I want us to really pay keen attention. What happens now is that we have worked as the Federation with Mastercard Foundation and with the Ministry of Health to say if we can avail interventions, equipment and instruments to these facilities, and we give them a payment plan between 6 to 12 months, some of them even 3 months, depending on what they ask for, we can operationalize this. So we started off 2 months ago, even delivery beds, weighing scales, BP machines, simple things that we're saying can support our journey to improving IPC. We can do this starting even today for those of you who are interested, because we need to stop talking and we need to start acting. We need to get away from the conversation, because we have heard the story enough times. Pandemics are going to continue, outbreaks are going to continue. But even when it comes to primary health care, antenatal, postnatal, when we take our children for immunization, how are we making sure that we have simple IPC equipment and instruments in place to support our journey to protect not only the health workers, but our patients and our communities? So at the back of the room is the team that is sitting at the registration desk, but also in the corner. For those of you who have facilities that are interested in any kind of IPC equipment or any kind of IPC instrument, or even actually just instruments that you need to upgrade or improve. I think Dr. Shisule was one who said people peer into microscopes that aren't working. Even if you want a microscope, we are able to help you get a payment plan for you to be able to acquire that instrument and equipment today, not tomorrow, not next week. We're available even then, but it's important for you to start that journey today and not put it off. So if you want to make a note of the number that you need to call, it's 0779. I'll let you all open your pens. Those not opening your pens, I'm worried. 0779 712 817. Again, I'll read that again. 0779 712 817. That is the number for Jude. He's our admin that is monitoring and managing that project, and he will support you. But the next speaker is going to talk to you about another innovation. And I think it is so exciting that we're getting more and more intervention that we can do at facility level. But I won't preempt. I'll allow Dr. Kello to introduce the speaker. But to me, the most important thing is to act. And those of you who have interacted with, you know, I don't believe in let's wait until the next time, or let's see what we can do now with what we have at hand. I'll thank you, and I'll hand back over to Dr. Okello. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace, for apologize for the technology hiccups and why it has come out of the session. But you guys did IPC. But allow me to introduce the next speaker, who's going to take us through, I think it's the most exciting one. It's an innovation, but it's something we have had around us in our home. but also in the facilities where we work. And she's from Perth. So let her come in and take us through innovation, especially on-site production of protein.
Thank you very much, Dr. Taylor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Yes, thank you very much, your chair, for giving us this opportunity to present this interesting innovation, like you have already preempted. Okay, I think as we are working on the technology, okay, thank you. I'm called Ajok Robina. I work with PATH, and the topic we were given was on alternative mechanism to improving infection prevention and control in healthcare facilities using an online on-site chlorine generating device called the Aquas Research Stream. So I'll be referring to Stream, and that is the device. And you're privileged today to see the device actually operating. It's at the back. Maybe you'll find time and pass by and probably see how this innovation actually works. So we've been working closely, that is PATH and Ministry of Health, specifically the Department of Clinical Services, to find out different alternatives or ways in which we can improve infection prevention and control. And that is where PATH introduced this innovation of on-site chlorine generation in the healthcare facilities, and we are working closely to see how best we can introduce this innovation into the health system. So this innovation started in 2020. That was when we piloted this intervention. And the main question then was, can the stream improve infection prevention and control in health facilities? And if so, to what extent? So 10 devices were actually deployed in 10 different health facilities that is spread across the central, western, and southwestern regions within the country. So majorly, we wanted to evaluate the performance of this device and then its acceptability and how it will be able to solve some of these challenges that we are facing in the healthcare facilities in relation to chlorine availability. So we all know, all the speakers that have spoken before me have been talking about the burden that is posed by hospital-acquired infection, and I cannot re-emphasize that enough. And we also have seen from different studies that these nosocomial pathogens can be transmitted from the patient beds, the linen, the healthcare workers' hands, the medical instruments. And yet most of these can actually be prevented with effective infection prevention and control programs in place. That is about 70% of these hospital-acquired infections being prevented. And we have the national guideline. Slides, please. We have the 2022 national guidelines for WASH in healthcare facilities, emphasizing chlorine for use as a disinfectant, that is for patient environments, for surfaces, medical equipment, linen, as well as water treatment. However, from most of the survey results that have been presented by the earlier presenters, the results are not good. So despite all these recommendations in place, even chlorine availability in the different health facilities is not consistent. You can see that a research that was done in 10 healthcare facilities within the country in 2019, you can see that on average from the 10, some facilities are going for even more than 132 days. That is like 4 months
without chlorine in the health facility. And you can imagine what happened. I believe some of you were able to see, I think it was on news, there's a health facility, I think in the western or southwestern part of the country, where I think the woman MP visited that facility, and it was very pathetic. The environment was really looking pathetic at that time. So you can imagine a hospital running for a month, 2 months, up to 4 months without chlorine. So you can see how unsafe not only the patients are, but even you as a healthcare worker is. And coming to talk about chlorine dilution, there are still challenges with the dilution of chlorine in the healthcare facilities. Not everyone or many healthcare workers know the right proportion when coming to the dilution calculation. And some of the root causes to this inconsistent supplies of chlorine in the healthcare facilities include erratic supply chain, the limited forecasting that is now from the side of the hospitals. I don't know how much you may not forecast, and since we are prone to pandemics and disease outbreaks, sometimes the consumption can just blow up, and before you know it, you have stockouts within the health facilities. And then we also have insufficient budgets, like we have said, resources are limited. So we may need a lot of this chlorine, but the resources sometimes may not allow. So as PATH, we have different innovation, and we thought that by introducing the Aqua Research Stream device, we'll be able to sort of solve some of these bottlenecks. So this device is a very small device, very portable. It weighs about 8 kilograms, and it produces consistent supply of 0.5% of chlorine, which is the required concentration for disinfection. And what it uses is very simple. We have the common salt, that the same salt that we use for cooking. And then all you need is the salt, the water, and then a power source, because the system uses electrolysis to produce the chlorine. So, and the rate at which this device functions, it produces about 5 liters of chlorine in an hour. So we normally recommend that facilities produce based on demand, because we all know that chlorine has a lifespan of 24 hours. And after that, its efficacy drops. So we only recommend that they produce what is required. However, there is a study that is being done in Kenya. We are also trying to see how to stabilize this chlorine so that we can have it for a longer time in case we have this device situated in a certain area which can supply different lower health facilities that will then work after stability tests have been done. That is still ongoing. So we set out objectives during this pilot evaluation, and the major objectives were to validate performance of the stream, and then we also wanted to find out the level of acceptability of the stream, and then assess if effect of stream on chlorine availability and stockouts, and assess the effect of stream on chlorine supply costs. So the stream devices that were deployed were in 10 health facilities spread across from a regional referral district hospital health center 4 to health center 3. You can see they're all split out. And the study participants included the health facility administrators, the in-charge nurses, the stream device operators, stream chlorine users, and then stream maintenance staff. However, during the Ebola pandemic in 2022, additional devices were deployed at Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital, as well as Mulago National Referral Hospital, to help with that Ebola response initiative that was taking place at that time. So before we deployed these 10 devices, we got approvals from Molambo Hospital Research Ethics Committee, as well as the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. So what did we find? We found that health facilities face significant chlorine stockout periods. Like I've already mentioned, 74 days on average from the 10 facilities, but others were actually facing up to 4 months. That was over 132 days without chlorine. And this was leading to rationing and sometimes improper dilution because we are trying to use little, and yet the demand is there, but because we have to ration since the stock quantity is very small that is available, and it has to be maybe used for the entire quarter, part of the quarter that is left before we can receive the next batch from the national medical stores. And then we also found that stream units can actually eliminate chlorine stockouts. So during all this period from 2022 December, when these devices were deployed, up to June, as of June, because we received the recent results from the different facilities, none of these health facilities actually experienced chlorine stockouts because they had the device within the health facilities, much as they are also receiving stock from the national medical stores. So they had to balance. So meaning the facilities did not run out of chlorine. And this is showing us how the amount of chlorine that has been produced. I think in the previous phase, I didn't talk about it. So to date, we have over 76,000 liters of 0.5% chlorine that has been produced and used across the 10 hospitals where these devices were deployed. So you can see the bit of variation based on the size of the facilities, and then also the patient turnover in the different facilities, as well as some facilities, for instance, the lower level facilities like Ramwanja Health Center 3, they had some UN agencies that had donated a lot of chlorine powder. So that means their production using the stream was relatively low, among other factors. Then still talking about the results, the stream unit actually generated some significant costs when compared with the commercial chlorine in the market. It was compared against 1 liter of commercial chlorine versus the 1 liter that is produced by the stream device. So most of the details are based on the calculations through the amount of water that is needed for dilution, and then on this other side, it's a one-off purchase of the stream device, and then they made that calculation based on those other variations, and then they got that there was a 35% cost saving with the stream device. Then there was also high acceptability and workflow improvements as a result of the stream. So 100% of all the district health officials that were visited testified that the IPC practices that improved in their district, as well as the hospital administrators, the users, who reported that there were safer and more hygienic patient and staff environments within their facilities. So thanks to the close collaboration that we've had with the Ministry of Health, we have been able to present the findings from this research and gotten approval from different levels. We have been able to present to the WASH IPC sub-pillar, and then we were recommended to present to the Senior Management Committee, who later recommended us to present to the Health Policy Advisory Committee at the Ministry of Health, who then recommended that we also present and get approval from NACME. NACME is the National Advisory Committee on Medical Equipment at the Ministry of Health, And then also we were able to get certification from the National Drug Authority for the quality of the product that is produced by the stream device. And the advantages that the stream device provides is that there's no need for dilution. So it eliminates the dilution errors and wastage or under dilution that is faced by the manual dilution that is normally done. And then the product quality guaranteed, because this is the system. You will have a look at it. We even have the test strips. I think there's some production that is ongoing. You can ask and we test to prove that it's giving us 0.5% concentration. So the quality is guaranteed, because if the salt concentration mix is not the right one, the machine will actually alert you that you need to increase something so that there is consistent production. Then corrosion of instruments is minimal, because this was tested by the NACME and given us that approval that actually the chlorine has very minimal corrosion effects on the medical equipment. And we are talking about health system resilience. This device can actually be deployed in the different parts. Any area that has an outbreak, IDP camps, refugee camps, so it can actually operate even on car battery for as long as it's 12 volts of direct current. So you can actually have that power source with you in any area. For as long as there's an outbreak, you can actually have it in place with. Then some of the feedback that we've been able to receive, we'll just share with you some. The Assistant District Health Officer from Tungamo actually said it has addressed the issue of delayed supply, stockouts, and inadequate supply. Then we also heard from the medical superintendent from Kalisizo General Hospital, which is one of the sites, that the device actually eliminates the need to dilute chlorine, and very beneficial since some people do not know the dilution calculation. And not only that, because sometimes the staff are always transferred or there's some turnover in some facilities. So meaning the person who actually knows the right calculation may actually leave the facility, and the facility has nobody who has the right calculations for dilution. Then we've also heard from the midwife in Uganda Health Center who says the disinfection is now done daily in their facility with the stream in place, compared to before when it was done after 3 days. So meaning if you received stock of chlorine, you cannot go back even when there is need. So you have to wait for those days when they, I think, issue the stock out. So some days they run without having proper disinfection in the health facilities. And you can imagine, you say these outbreaks have no timetable, they can erupt anytime. So you can see the risk at which healthcare workers are exposed to. Then we have also not registered any corrosion medical equipment while using chlorine from the device. That was a device user at Mityana General Hospital reporting. However, we cannot only talk about the good side, there are also some hiccups, because this was a pilot and it's being done in 3 countries. We have Uganda, Ghana, and Ethiopia. So the stream device has majorly experienced 3 hardware issues, that is leaking, reaction chamber, and that was majorly caused by scaling. And when you visit the exhibition table, you'll see vinegar, a bottle of vinegar. So that helps to maintain that machine. So you have to run vinegar through that machine in that electrolytic chamber to remove the scale that builds up with time. So they've also reported power supply and voltage stabilizers that have failed. And this is majorly due to severe power surges that the power surges that are not stable. And the machine that we have now has been there's another component that has been added, that is the 10,000 volt surge protector, so that even when the power fluctuations occur, the machine will continue to run because it will stabilize itself. So with this, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Health leadership for their overall support. We have worked with them right from the onset, including the identification of the deployment sites, the different health facilities. We have been with them. I think you can see some of them. The commissioner, I think Dr. Mone, was part of the team. Then Dr. Ronnie, who is the current commissioner of clinical services, been with them in the field and they've been very supportive. Then we also want to acknowledge the other structures and departments that have been very supportive, like the HIPAA, Senior Management Committee, NDA, NACME, and Health Infrastructure Department within the Ministry of Health. So this time we've been, we are just talking about the government side, and we are meeting the private sector. So we are looking for a way forward. What's next? So we'll be engaging with the different stakeholders from the private sector to other agencies, the donors. We want to see how best we can actually scale up this innovation. With all that, I want to say thank you for your attention. The time.
Thank you for that. Let's give a clap for them. I noticed she missed out something, but I know there's a reason. You know, Kampala people have been very particular on our money. So I know the question there is that how much does it cost? Do you want them to go to the corner or you will answer it? So I'll leave that to you. But I've been informed that lunch is at 1:55. We are about 5 minutes too. So I may want your indulgence because I know there are questions and there are discussions you want to ask. So it may go probably 5 minutes late. So if there are any comments, any questions that's burning, you can be able to have the 5 and you can address them to any particular part of the transaction. So there will be somebody moving from the mic. So are there any questions? Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. My name is again Navedia from the hospital. My question is Dr. Kuro. We talked about our doctors, the doctors that we are producing being having attitude, disrespect, not respecting their seniors. That means they want to consult their seniors pretty much. And we've actually observed what you're saying exactly. At times I wonder whether doctors really qualify from the medical school or they come to learn medicine. In their internship, you find that they are really raw. And these are doctors with attitude that they do not consult at all. Now, who is regulating the training school? Where they are being trained from? Why is that you're producing such kind of doctors? And this is a section actually that is very, very fragile that everyone else would need. Because today we are in practice, next day we shall need the same people to actually handle us. And if we are allowing this to go on, what is coming next? What is going to come next? And then about the antimicrobial resistance, we've had a study done, at least in our hospital, And we found out that some of the medication actually we are talking about were banned from coming into the country. But you know what the answer was? That we have an invisible hand that lets in some of these drugs come in. If these invisible hands are not dealt with, for sure, and also what are we going to do about it? About this. This is a very, very big dilemma. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We were in a very peculiar situation without biasing the answer. In a training school, you are an internship setting. I'll just leave it at that. But the answer will come. Next.
Yes, I would like to thank the organizer. My name is Sechan Adrian from Nyange, Napingo. I'd like to thank Professor for the presentation. He was trying to tell us that management, especially in our clinics, however small they are, that we should embrace the management part of it. I'm happy that my clinic is one of the compliance clinics that has submitted to SQIS tool, and they are performing not badly. So I'd like also to allow me to congratulate you to thank the organizers or the formulators of that tool that is going to work very well for us, improving IPC in our places. And I would urge my fellow practitioners to embrace that tool so that we can improve our IPC. But now, when it comes to management issues, they are asking us, or they are requiring us to have management committees. But if you can put your shoes in yourself in our shoes, imagine a clinic of I've said some clinics have 1 room, 2 rooms. How can you engage the management committees with the financial implications attached to them? Because if you get people like you are the chairman of the management committee of certain clinic X, that means there is some financial attachments. If someone is the chairman board, that means at the end of the year, it's going to be attached to some remuneration. So that's the challenge. And allow me to present this concern that when you, the regulators of our facilities, come to our facilities, most of the time, as some people talked about it, some of you, some of the people, the teams you said, are coming for fault finding, but not supportive at all. So we do urge that when those teams come, let them not come with a biased mind that they are coming to arrest criminals, practicing or disguising as officers, but coming in the spirit of supporting and finding where the weaknesses are, and then supporting accordingly. Lastly, you talked of the resources, but you don't have the resources. But we in private, most of the time we are passionate about money because we are private for profit. So I've done some calculations that you told us just in the Kampala alone, there are 1,900 facilities. These facilities comply by paying APL and practice licenses for the clinics. So if you can do some calculations, I've done and come out at least with 1 billion only from these 1,900 facilities. So I will ask that, can this 1 billion at least help you facilitate and make our facilities better, other than accusing us of not complying? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's be very direct in the question.
Thank you very much. My name is Ivan Magambo from UNAPO, Uganda Association of Community and Professional Health. Mine is just to share, take our message. And from my point of view, I'm a social scientist, not a group of ethicists. But my take our message from this seems to be we are dealing with a mostly a behavioral issue. Behavioral issue, and we are challenged. I'm challenged myself because I looked at all of us, I saw that sanitizer, I did not touch it. I don't know how many of us touched it. Yet we are dealing with IPC, okay? Then I asked myself, in the presentation, there was a comment about health workers abandoning the IPC equipment, even before infection was declared, COVID-19 was declared out, right? Then these other herbalists continued with that practice. So I want to go with that challenge. And I keep wondering, there's been a lot of talk about training health workers, but a health worker who do those needles below the bed, what training? So it remains a lot of work for us in terms of segregating who needs the training, what messages, what attitude to address. So I'll end it there, but behavioral change for me is the key message I'm taking out of here. Thank you very much.
Let's start that as the last that you can respond to those. Thank you very much for the presentation. We are looking at the current health delivery and the past. Medical practitioners, what has gone wrong? If we look at the root cause analysis, I think there are a number of factors. But to me, I'm looking at the high taxation is also causing a number of issues. Some people who are going into this private practice, they are going there as a last alternative. They are looking for jobs, and then they end up there, limited capital, but taxation is high. There is local revenue, there is trading license, there is the local revenue, and even professional charges. And you remember, even 2018, there was a court ruling that these private practitioners be exempted from the trading license, but still certain local governments continue charging these people. So there is need to do something about that, since they are offering services, particularly when they offer free services, and then also exempting them on certain taxation, especially on equipments, such that they can be affordable. Thank you.
Okay, let's ask those in the majority are going to Professor.
Okay, thanks. Let me start by saying this. As I said earlier, we are in all this together. When we come as regulators, look at us as fellow workers with the same end game, that is providing quality services. I know sometimes some of you look at us as policemen. Yes, there's some policing activities that we need to do as well. But when it comes to discipline, I think there's no two way about it. I always make this remark about what is going on in the healthcare service. That there is a tendency to a border mentality. Border borders, they go anywhere in any direction, they will turn left or right without letting you know. And before you know it, there's an accident. I want to beg that we don't go in that direction. Because if we do, we ourselves are going to be victims. That's what I'm going to do. I pledge that as regulators will work together for the common good of the party. I know there are times when we might have to be rough. What do you do with a guy? Then you tell him what to do. come back the following day, it's still the same. What do you do with a guy like that? I think that is where the canopy disappears and the stick comes. And when that stick comes, it's for your own authority. The Bible actually tells us, I'm not about to sleep, I'm not about to sleep. We try our best to just. So please, I want to beg that you look at us as fellow workers, doing what we should be doing to improve our experience. I made a remark at the beginning that the private sector has come a long way. The effect that government is now looking at it positively, because as I said, 50-60% of our healthcare is delivered through the private sector. And I always make this remark that if we are looking for heroes in this country, we are going to find them in the health sector. That is what we feel about. So don't misunderstand us when sometimes we are strict, because that is how it should be. Now, having said that, somebody was trying to do some arithmetic for me. I have done that many times already. That is why we say funding is inadequate. And we are trying our best to use the little funding, putting it to good use. But we will do better with more. I bet there are many of you who are sitting here who are not got their practicing license. They are very big. We have to come begging, please pay your practicing license so that we can help improve the quality of care that we are giving. So please, when we ask you to pay up, please do so. And the amounts that we are asking for, I think it's not available. And I also want to beg you, private practitioners, that we should balance between rendering service and doing a business. Let us, if we are going to be a private practice, follow business principles, but that let us be ethical about it and not let our profession down. I find many people have got big problems with balancing profit with the service that we provide. There are programs that are run by many places like NSS. I think I've got a program that runs about financial literacy. I think we should take that up. I know UMA is very keen in running programs like that to improve our ability to survive in this very competitive environment. Yes, we regulate training, we do. And as I told you, it's not an easy task, but we are trying our best. Where we have reached by now is several times much better than where we were 100 years ago. At least we can say with some degree that yes, the products are better. But our goods is not good enough. I think there's still a lot of improvements that we need to make. Yes, some of the doctors that come to you with internship look wrong. That is your word. And that is your experience. And I don't say it's wrong. Because as I said, we have got a number of medical schools. I think they are now, I don't know where we are. 11. They've got different facilities, different staff, different curriculum. And what we have said and what we are going to do is now that everybody coming from any medical school is going to
undergo an exam, so that at least we know the standards of what is coming out. Because internship centers themselves, few and not well resourced. We have got only 58 internship training centers, and not all of those centers have got the right complement of consultants. But we are working closely with the ministry so that those internship centers are built up and interns can go and can be sure of what is coming out. Let me also use this opportunity to appeal to our interns. Yes, I think we might have got a good deal, and I would like to say that our minister of health is doing our best to try to get funding with that training. And I think this is making progress in that area. So I beg you to be patient with government. I believe that they do not want us to mess up with the medical profession. Because to mess up with the medical profession, we know what it means. So I would like to appeal to all of us that we should be patient and hopefully we get there. I don't know whether there's somebody from NDA here. Did you invite anybody from NDA? Because I think they should be able to answer this question about the invisible hand and the drug that will come into this country. It's really sad because I think you saw recently about some drug that was causing problems. NDA was trying to say something about it. Yes, we know that there are many drugs that come into this country which do not meet certifications. We know research has been done and maybe 30% of the drugs that we have are fake, not only in Uganda, the African region as well. So there's some work for NDA do. Fortunately, we work with the NDA as well, in areas of drugs. Yeah, as I said, when we come to visit you, we actually don't come to find faults. We come to find gaps. And those two are different. Because when we find gaps, we sit down with you together and say, this is an area that you need to improve on. And I'm glad that a number of you are responding very positively. When I saw the graph that was being presented about what's happening in the number of small clinics, health centers, lower health centers, it's encouraging. So I think we can do it. But I want to agree with the speaker who says these things are social behavioral issues. Behavioral issues is a big area and changing behavior is not easy. I'm sure you've seen some guys with driving Pajeros, big cars and so on. And you're right behind them. And what do you see? Somebody throwing an empty car on the streets. That is the kind of Uganda that we are in. Unfortunately, we are also seeing it in the medical profession, where we are not doing what we should be doing. And I think we need to change. I think we need to change. I'm a Christian. I always quote this verse in the Bible for others to use. Romans chapter 12. Go and read Romans chapter 12. Use it to examine yourself so that it can make you better things. Thank you.
I think the one about the cost of this trip. I'm told that answer you're getting from the corner. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 o'clock. I want to stop there. And please let's clap for our panelists. I think it's been very enlightening. And allow me to hand over to So we have two items that read. So please, you can, panelists, you can find the your seat. We have two items. One is remarks from the chairperson of the Uganda Healthcare Federation. We're going to give remarks and then we'll have the official closing ceremony. I've not seen the minister yet, but I believe she's heavily represented. Thank you very much. Being here up to now, but I know I'm in between. I'm in between your lunch. So I just request that we just stand up for a minute, a second, and then we sit down. Kindly, let's just rise up. If you want, you can stretch a bit. And then when you feel stretched enough, please take your seat. I know protocol was established, but allow me to just highlight a few dignitaries. The representative of the Honorable Minister of Health, who has been delegated to stand in, that is Dr. Ronnie Bahatuijiri. The representative of the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Iti. Our chairperson, the Medical Council, Professor Kuro, and the registrar. Members of the board, the Uganda Healthcare Federation, and management, fellow delegates and dignitaries that are present, I once again welcome you to this convention, the IPC convention, that as we have been told, has stalled for the last 3 years. Before I proceed, I would like to introduce to you the team that has been behind this. Our team at Uganda Healthcare Federation, led by Grace. Grace, please just wherever you are, Grace's team, please just put up your hands so that you're recognized. Thank you very much for putting this together. Before I also proceed, I would like to introduce the board members of the Uganda Healthcare Federation, who I work with. I think I'll just request you to either raise your hand or stand up so that you are. The board members that are here, please, right? You can raise so that you can be seen. It's Miriam Lee. Okay, those are some of the board members that are here that I serve with. So I would like to really thank the audience the delegates. Thank you for coming in big numbers. And I think you deserve a clap, and let's clap. Not only that, you have now be seeing empty seats, but you have started here up to this time. Thank you so much. And that way, we drive a message that the private health sector in Uganda is growing and is becoming vibrant. Thank you very much, and I request you that whenever we call upon you, even next time, please do respond. The topic is infection prevention and control. And I do appreciate this because it comes immediately after COVID, and we all do appreciate that this is an important topic. And as you've heard since morning, a lot of issues have come up, and issues that touch health. The other importance of this topic is that IPC is a cornerstone of quality health, a cornerstone providing quality health services. So we are grateful that as we resume our conventions, this is the topic that we have handled, and it is so important as we've had. I would like to once again appreciate the Ministry of Health representatives who highlighted the growth of the private health sector and the need for partnership, which will help us move towards universal healthcare coverage. The recognition that the private sector is accessed by 50 to 60% of the patients. And we also appreciate the pledged support and trust between the private health sector and the ministry. And the highlight that we still have inequities in access, particularly our country. According to the PS, they noted the quality of reporting. And dear participants, since we are the private health sector, I think our sitting here, coming here, should not leave us the same. If issues like quality services, reporting, that we are still deficient in reporting, I request that we take this up seriously and see how we can improve. She highlighted that only 35% asked to report. And it means that we are denying ourselves the recognition that would attract from the ministry and other stakeholders. So as your chairperson, I'd like to request that we take this seriously and come up with strategies to improve our reporting, so that at joint meetings of the Ministry of Health, the statistics that can be reported about the private health sector will become representative, and therefore sometimes if we are arguing for certain issues, then definitely we will make ourselves heard. We also appreciate that they promise to enhance engagement with the private health sector. And as you heard from Professor Kuro, we really appreciate. We have come a long way. In just a decade, the Ministry of Health, I think these days, it's rare that it does something that needs the involvement of the private sector, and they don't involve us. So the representative of the Ministry of Health, please extend our gratitude that the private health sector is being recognized and is being engaged. We can only ask for more, but please, it will also take us our efforts to make sure that this is sustained or even improved. And then the promise that we shall be considered in terms of capacity building. But one of the most interesting developments is the long-awaited credit fund. Really, colleagues, let's clap for this, because this has been a debate for quite a long time. But being told that this is becoming a reality, we do appreciate, and please extend our appreciation to the ministry. We also learned we are not going away the same regarding global health security and safety. I don't know that Dr. Diana is still here, but we really appreciate, and we do now know more about this. And then we also learned how Uganda is, the risk factors for Uganda in this area. But we also welcome the Global Health Security Agenda, plan that she talked about, and we are more conversant with the Global Health Security Agenda. The Medical Council highlighted, and dear colleagues, let's take this again seriously, highlighted gaps in our licensure, and then gaps in quality, more so in the infection prevention and control. The basics, actually, they talked about basics, the basic minimum requirements. So again, this was also highlighted by Dr. Okello. But he made it very clear that because of our missions or commissions, we sometimes suffer simply because we've not followed the standards for infection prevention and control. And he pointed out that when it comes to this, when we have Ebola, COVID, sometimes we lose colleagues simply because we've not observed infection prevention and control. So I think, again, let's start with a very strong message that when we fail to observe and practice infection prevention and control measures, then we are victims as well. Professor Kura has highlighted the mixed bag philosophy. Indeed, in the private health sector, it's a whole range. You have the big players up to the least players, but he also educated us. I thought that we would, the least player we have is drug shop, but he highlighted the family. Now, again, because of that variation, we have so many challenges which will have no single solution. So we need to consider that mixed bag. And as we come up with strategies, look at each and every category of the health, of the players in the health sector, the private health sector.
So the private health sector can, having sat here, I'm sure most of you were noting the gaps in where you can actually come up with investments. So my pledge or my appeal is that please let us reflect on the gaps that have been highlighted. And because we're in the private sector, identify some of the gaps where we can invest. And let us go with a commitment to continue improving the private sector. I would also like to impress it to the minister that having established some of the private health sector desks in the districts, and based on what we've been talking about, some of the challenges reaching the rural areas, I think this is one area where we can collaborate so that these private desks can work with the district health officers to address some of the issues. So, dear colleagues, once again, let us commit to the efforts that will help us drive towards universal healthcare coverage and achievement of the SDG. Once again, I requested you that whenever UHF invites you for such activities, please come in big numbers. So once again, thank you so much. Thank you, the Minister of Health, and thank you, UHF, for putting this together, plus the development partners that have been behind this. We hope to see you whenever we call upon you. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. Before I leave the podium, may I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Ronnie Bakatujire, our Commissioner of Clinical Services, Minister of Health, representing the Honorable Minister of Health, to give a closing remarks. Thank you so much. They will say that I feel about the crossword that my name is Ronnie Bakatujire, the Acting Commissioner of Clinical Services at the Ministry of Health, and today I am representing the Ministry of Health. Before I deliver the remarks from the Ministry of Health, I'll first speak for myself. Infection prevention and control is a section under the Clinical Services Department, pretended over by the Division of Hospitals and Lower Level Health Facilities. That department has got 3 divisions: hospitals and lower level health facilities. We have oral health, and then we also have palliative care. But then you get to realize that today we are talking about infection prevention and control. And we seem to be delineating the two from each other. We cannot talk about infection prevention and control without talking about the hospitals. We cannot talk about IPC without talking about the communities.
And I take the honor to stand here today to speak to us on infection prevention and control, one of the items that I have led over for the past 3 years. I am so sorry that I joined in a little late and I could have made part of the submissions that were made, but I want to believe that all the presentations that were made were comprehensive enough, hearing from the panel that presented by the time when I came in. I managed to pick a few issues that I wish to address myself. One of them was the theme of this engagement today, where we are looking at the private health sector convention on infection prevention and control, particularly sustainable investments on IPC. When we talk about IPC, many people tend to imagine that it's something very big. And I want to imagine that we could have already been taken through some of the little things that we can actually put in place to make sure that we deliver on this big animal called infection prevention and control. If only we can focus ourselves to taking baby steps to make sure that we achieve that big objective. We talked about quality of care. We talked about quality of internship. We talked about antimicrobial resistance. And we're now talking about the role of the private sector in all these entities and how they link up. I want to believe that all of us in here are clinicians, or if we are not, at least we are clinicians by association, meaning that we work in the hospital setting. And even if we are not working in the hospital setting, at least we are associated to the hospital in one way or the other. And every time we talk about these things, I would wish us to appreciate one fact. We cannot talk about interventions without focusing on the end point. When we talk about IPC interventions, what exactly are we seeking to achieve? Who are we focusing on? We have talked about supplies, we've talked about devices, but who are we seeking to address? Who are we seeking to target when we talk about IPC? That person is you and me in the form of a patient. So if we can start from the end point that whatever interventions that we are seeking to institute are aiming at improving the quality of care that we are providing unto this patient, then all the points, all the excuses, all the submissions that have been made are challenges that are possibly preventing us from delivering on our mandate as healthcare providers on NBC. Some of them we will actually get realized that they are not certain, because there is a lot that can be done that is non-monetary. We've talked about behavior, we've talked about attitude. Many of the things that actually deliver infection prevention and control are not monetary. The monetary component only comes in at the tail end, but it all begins with us appreciating what exactly our role as healthcare provider should be when we are dealing with patients. When you are dealing with a patient, what is your role as a healthcare provider? I wish to address us to the Hippocratic Oath for those of us that have at least taken an oath to that. And one of the key elements in there is not doing harm. And if we swear not to do harm, then that means we will work within our setting to make sure that we innovate and deliver on our mandate, not to harm the patient that have come to us. If we appreciate how infection can be picked from one person onto another in a hospital setting, it will not require an administrator to come and tell you that this is how you manage healthcare risk waste. If you appreciate that cleaning a hospital bed will prevent the patient that is going to come and use that bed from picking the bugs that that other patient left, it will not require an administrator, nor will it require a manager to come and tell you, hey, please clean this bed. Because you appreciate the danger in you not doing what is relevant. So it all begins with we appreciating what exactly our role in healthcare is. What is our role? I'll ask that question again. What is our role? Maybe someone would wish to answer that question, if I can proceed. President, you could help me and the people, any person that has been here this morning. So that is it, because it's important that we speak to each other. And I take this moment very, very heavily that we've been given this platform to speak to us from the private sector. As one of the challenges was raised that when we are instituting intervention, they are largely targeting public health facilities and the private non-for-profit facilities. And we many a time leave out the private for-profit facilities to which many of us belong. So please, I need someone to respond. What is our role as healthcare providers to our patients?
Thank you. Summary, our role as healthcare provider is compliant or adherence to regulations, guidelines, and professionalism. If we do that, then there is no reason as why a healthcare provider knows that she or he is at danger of following standard precautions for IPC. And the regulation must come very strong from the regulators who know themselves. If we are not doing it, then we should be reprimanded. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I pray that we all clap for her because we have been able to do that. So, police, there is a lot that has been put in place to enable us deliver on this mandate. We owe the patients that come to us this responsibility. But many a time we falter on this for whatever reason, for one reason or the other, we find ourselves not delivering on that responsibility. And that's the reason why we are talking about all these challenges that we are presenting over here. We are talking about antimicrobial resistance. Who is the key driver of antimicrobial resistance? Who is the key driver of antimicrobial resistance? From the forums I'm hearing, I do not know as who. Yeah, but I need us to take it to the level where actually the challenge is. As a clinician, as a pharmacist, and as a nurse, or as a person in the lab, all the three people, who is the best suited person to address antimicrobial resistance? The laboratory. Okay, through cultural sensitivity. Yes. Any other? Any other? Clinician, yes. How is the clinician suited? Colleagues, I am very sorry that I am taking us back to things that would have been discussed, but I'm just trying to provide a routing for us to have a tempo for this discussion today. Expect maybe we'll hear from someone else. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. We are talking about antimicrobial resistance. And many of our interventions in antimicrobial resistance are targeting pharmacy, they are targeting laboratories, but we are negating the role of the prescriber. And many a time we have seen descriptions roaming the social media platforms with polypharmacy. We have just presented over here medicines that have since been scrapped off the essential medicines list of Uganda, but are still in use, meaning that we are actually propagating resistance because the reason why they were scrapped off was they were no longer responsive to the past that we had. So if we continue using them, we are actually propagating this challenge. So if as a prescriber, you appreciate that your action is going to result in a challenge, must you go ahead and do it? How many times we find ourselves doing things without reason, but just because we are either compelled by whatever circumstances, and in this, there could be a challenge with knowledge gaps. It could be an aspect of attitude, but then it could also be an aspect of farmer promotions. Many a time we've had pharmaceutical companies bringing products to us and somehow motivating us to generate prescriptions for them in the name of cash flow. And in that, we find ourselves going against ethics, where you're supposed to prescribe a drug by its who can help us with the standard prescription practice? What it should be. What's it discussed about? Dr. Anita, I'm very sorry that I am taking much of our time, but I wish to get this really from first principles. What is the standard prescription practice that all of us as clinicians, as prescribers, should be adhering to? When we're prescribing a drug, we prescribe a drug by generic or by brand. How many prescriptions are roaming in a facility by brand? By brand. Majority of the prescription. So the question is, we are discussing antimicrobial resistance. We are talking infection prevention and control, because you cannot talk about infection prevention and control without talking about antimicrobial resistance, and you cannot talk about AMR without talking about IPC. In driving this, do we appreciate our role in this challenge? Do your people appreciate their role in driving AMR that we're discussing today? When you're given an opportunity of a person that has come before you and trusted you with their lives, and you prescribe a drug that has since lost its potency, what exactly are you doing? If you are in a hospital setting and you prescribe an intravenous medication to a patient that is not deserving of an intravenous medication, what exactly are you doing? What is driving you? What is motivating you? If you are in a labor ward or a labor suit and you are charged with processing these medical devices before they can be reused, and you go ahead and do not do the appropriate disinfection, and these devices are used on the next mother that is in the queue, what exactly are you doing? Do we appreciate what the challenge is therein, or we do not? Because if we do appreciate these challenges, then it should influence our practice. If you know that the devices that you are working with are potential carriers of birth from one person to another, then it would be important to you as a healthcare provider that you disinfect them appropriately before they can next be used. But this is not what is happening in the facility. And we've talked about simple disinfection methods here that do not require a lot of investment. How many of us have heard about the 4-bucket system of medical device reprocessing? Wow. Wow. Does that mean that the ones that have not trained their hands are unaware about this? If we are unaware, I am ashamed of myself because I take lead on this, and this is not a good indication. So what exactly are we doing in our facility? Because not all of us have sterilizers, and even if we did, before we take these medical devices into sterilization, they have to first be cleaned. What exactly are we doing? Colleagues, I'm sorry to be asking this question, but it is just to tear us or stimulate us into thinking what exactly our role in driving these challenges is. On behalf of the Minister of Health, I'm going to request kindly that you enable me or you allow me to deliver her key message. As Minister of Health, we realized this challenge at the last concluded joint review mission, that there was a big challenge with infection prevention and control practices in this country, and it was premised against that an intervention was instituted, and we are trying to make sure that all of us as healthcare providers are re-energized and recapacitated with information, knowledge, and skills on how to apply IPC. And with this, we are going to seek to institutionalize IPC. It's been said that we have been doing lots of work without the involvement of the private sector, but I'm glad to inform us that currently there is two processes that are going on. One, we are revising the National Infection Prevention and Control Guidelines, and we are also developing the National Infection Prevention and Control Strategic Plan. And in these two documents, we have had extensive engagement of all of us as key stakeholders and the involvement of the private sector through the UHF. Ivan, you were invited, and I want to believe that you've been represented at all these platforms. Colleagues, what we are thinking out more from all of us is whenever you call upon to come and participate in this space, please endeavor to come and participate, because at the end of the day, what we want, what we are desiring for is representativeness in these documents that are being put forth. Because it's going to be these documents that are going to help us deliver the mandate as per the current joint review mission resolution, where we are seeking to revamp IPC intervention through concierge capacity building and monitoring of IPC practices in the country. And with this, we are also going to be undertaking interventions in monitoring and evaluation of healthcare associated infection, as well as antimicrobial resistance. The Uganda Health Federation has been involved in all these processes, and we are requesting kindly that when these documents are finally completed, we will bring them down to us and you will own them. Owning them in the sense of applying them rather than shelving them. We are seeking to provide points of reference for practice of infection prevention and control in this country. When these processes are finally concluded, make sure that you are part of the teams that are going to implement them. If we implement them, all the challenges that we're talking about here will be history. We are talking about antimicrobial resistance. I'll still go back to our prescription practice. We are not prescribing well, and that's the reason why we are seeing all these challenges coming up. We are not doing the things that are being guided, and a part of that cause or challenge is us as Minister of Health that possibly have neglected the role of the private sector. But I take sincere apologies for all of us, and on behalf of the Minister of Health, that we will try and reach out to all of us to make sure that we are in reach of these messages when finally they are out. But our take home from today would be two key things. As healthcare providers, let's appreciate our role that we play in provision of healthcare services, and let's also appreciate the role that we play in propagating antimicrobial resistance, as well as healthcare associated infections. At each and every platform where you're working, you can actually mediate transmission of infections from one person to another. And therefore, it is your role to make sure that you break the chain of transmission. With this so many words, I request kindly to be allowed to extend the sincere appreciation from the Minister of Health for all of us that have set time apart to come and gather in this room today, and for all the messages that have been delivered to us by the different presenters. Thank you so very much, and we will look forward to engaging us again when we are in the process of developing our tools that are going to guide us on the implementation of infection prevention and control in this country. On behalf of the Minister, I declare this meeting closed. Forward my committee.
Thank you very much, the Minister, Dr. Ronnie. Mine is just to give you, to give us the vote of thanks and to pray over the two things. So thank you very much, Dr. Ronnie, and on behalf of the Ministry of Health and Uganda Health Federation, we'd like to thank all of you for the attendance. We want to thank USA Maternal Child Health and Nutrition Activity for the support to the private sector. They have been giving us support in training, support on reporting, and also distribution of various equipment. Today, we have a few computers here. We have given out about 8 to some of the private health facilities. But now we have about 3 to receive today. So I'd like to call upon the 3 to come forward and we'll hand over these computers. We have already given out 8 and this will enhance reporting. And that is the Wedge Medical Center in Ipunga and the Doctor's Diagnostic Clinic in the Chadon Medical Center and Vine Medical Center. So the 3 please. I think Vine will run again. Chadon and the Wedge. So please come forward and we hand over and I pray over the food and we go. Yes. Yes, please, you are. Please. So let's see with them. So this is the Chadon. Yes. Where you are also here. Yes. So Chadon and Wedge, the others are already gone. Can you clap for us? Thank you very much. God bless you. So may the Almighty bless the food before we take it in the name of the Almighty. Amen. Have a lovely day. Lunch is ready, the coupons are there, the exhibition is going on. The administrative announcements you get on the table there. Thank you. Next time, next year.